Hello, this is stream number 398. I'm hoping I get stream options. Oh, I am. Getting stream options right away, first try. Hey there, Nui. Alright, that can be minimized. Okay. Hopefully I didn't miss anything today. Did I miss anything, Nui? You would tell me if I did miss something. Alright, welcome back to some more torture with Rust. Or as I'd like to think of it, learning Rust. Started some seconds earlier than usual, yeah. Yep, I did a little bit. Teeny bit before 9:15. Hey there, TS Joss. How are you doing today? Alright, I am trying to finish this port of my scripts admin tool from Python to Rust, and I'm using asynchronous Rust, so scary stuff. I'm okay, TS Joss. How are you doing? Or did you already say you're doing good? Now we're in a repeating loop of saying that we're good. All right. Well, that's interesting. The key to make this go away is not Alt-J, it's Control-J. Okay, I've been using the wrong key today. Reviewing works so far. I'm actually going to put that in another line. Porting game admin tool from Python to Rust. All right. Hey there, man. All right. I suppose I should bring up the Python version of the tool, maybe one last time. Okay, so this tool I use in my game to synchronize my game scripts with... I didn't ask for that. Synchronize my game scripts with what I have in my local workstation. So, just a quick overview of that. First, we're processing some command line arguments, then reading our configuration file from JSON, and then going through a sequence where we set up some of the parameters for the context, like which scripts to ignore, which scripts to map from server to local, etc. And then we go into this common part of the tool where we're going to go through a run loop. And that is over here. And this run loop starts up the async IO stuff in Python, and then run as async basically connects to the server and begins the authentication sequence, and then just sits there processing messages. So in addition to that, what the scripts tool adds is a couple of message handlers. And let's see where I have those listed. I have them under handlers here. So one of these is scripts, and this processes the scripts from the game, computes their digests, and then sets up a file system observer, which has callbacks through these Lambda expressions, so that if files are, let's say, modified on the local workstation, we're going to process the file, which means to open it up and compute its hash, and then if the hash is different, mark that it's changed. And then we actually upload any script that's changed to the game. So I'm trying to do this in Python. Hey there, Romania Hate. And 715209, good day, Mr. Sir. So that's what it looks like in Python. Now in Rust, so we have a similar command line processing. I haven't refactored this yet, so it looks like the Python stuff, although we could probably refactor it to use the iterator pattern. Same kind of reading the configuration file from JSON, and then going into the tools run. It's the same kind of setup for the state, and then going to the common run sequence, which now this is where it's a little bit different from it used to be. It used to be it just ran synchronously. Now we're going to be running asynchronously using an executor from the futures library. Into the future! This basically says we're going to run something asynchronously, and we want to wait until it's done. And what we're going to run asynchronously is this asynchronous function. Hey there, DHG Hammond. So what is an async function in Rust? It's just some syntactic sugar on top of saying that instead of this function being called immediately, this is more or less a structure with state and a couple of functions to have code run to make progress over and over again. So rather than calling it once, it's going to be called multiple times until it completes, based on how many times we do a wait or a join in the code. So this doesn't return anything if it's synchronous, but asynchronous, it actually does return something. It's called a future. And similar to other languages, the future is an object that represents the entire state and the code, and the return value is also going to allow you to get the final output, or whether or not there was an error. Sounds like JS? It is a bit like JS. So where I got tripped up on is how the lifetime of references and how borrows work with this stuff. So especially when it came to closures. Even though JS async await is compile and while true with a switch. Is that right? I figured out some things. Yeah, I haven't figured out everything, but there are a bunch of problems in me understanding or in the explanation of things that I'll try to hit them as I go through them here. So the way we're connecting to the game now is with asynchronous tungstenite and connecting asynchronously. So this is going to be, actually we can just control click on it to see that it is an asynchronous function. So like I just said, it doesn't return the result, the WebSocket directly. It returns a future which we have to wait on. So actually, why do I still have a block on? Oh, right, because we have to get this done before we can actually use the where is it? This the sink and the source are the reader and the writer ends of the WebSocket, and we can't use them until this actually completes. So we're going to actually block waiting for it. This block from async task is different from the one in the executor. Because we're already in an asynchronous context, I believe this is like an await, although maybe I could rewrite this as an await. I think I should be rewriting this as just an await. I think I was using block on because I couldn't get the await syntax to work. But anyway, it's the same. It's all the same thing. It just says that if this isn't ready to complete yet, we would return out of the function, and then we go back in there the next time the executor is told that something changed. In this case, the thing that would change here is the actual connection makes progress, right? So it would re-enter the function, so to speak, and continue from this point on, right? So connect, where a part of this connect is to split what we get back into the reader and the writer, because they're going to go slightly different directions. What we're going to do with the writer is you connect it to this unbounded multi-producer single consumer channel, and that's because we're going to distribute the sync to two different asynchronous processes. You'll see it highlighted here. So this is one technique to do that. We make a channel where we can have multiple producers, and the single consumer will be this forward function. Basically, it's going to take whatever items come through that channel and wrap it with a result with a value OK, and then send it to the actual sync, which is the writer end of this WebSocket. And so now we have sync RX is tied to the sync, and sync TX is our way into the WebSocket, but we can share this now. So one thing we're going to do here is we're going to use it directly whenever we need to send messages, and we're also going to be passing it to the asynchronous task that handles incoming messages, because a lot of the times when the tool receives a message, it's going to respond by sending one. And then the other thing I need to do, which I haven't done yet today, is for the scripts tool, it has to do additional work, which is to monitor the file system. And again, when something happens with the file system, it's usually going to write something back to the server, and it's going to need a reference to that sync TX as well. So here's where a little bit more of the asynchronous stuff comes into play. This this task here to keep the WebSocket writer end updated, so basically passing messages to the server, is this forward is asynchronous, right? It is a future. So what we get back, I think, is this is where it gets difficult for me, because if I hover over sync task, it gives me a really complicated looking type, but I understand it to be a feature we can wait on. And so is my own asynchronous task to handle incoming messages. So it's also a feature we can wait on. I like to think of them as tasks, although I might be confusing the terms a little bit. But we have two things that we're asynchronously doing right now, right? Sending messages to the server and also handling ones that come back from the server. And so we want to be done. We want to continue until both of these complete. So, which is what futures join does. It says, here are two asynchronous tasks. Please come back when they're both done, and we're going to toss the results right now. Remember doing the same, couldn't get await to work for some reason. Block on did. Just stay with block on for a bit. Yeah. Connect async await. All right. Yeah, I'll be trying that. When I get through this review though, you can get the join handlers back. You mean the results? These are what happens. What comes into here is the results of calling forward and my handle messages. I think forward, the result value is what is it? It's always hard for me to see this. Is it through here? I don't remember. Because a lot of the time the like this is in futures util, so this is a utility provided with the asynchronous stuff. Rather than returning a trait object, they usually return a concrete object which implements traits, and it's kind of hard to see how that concrete object actually works because there's very little documentation about it. So like none of this says what the return value, what the result will be, really. I think in the case of forward, there is just a unit result because it says here somewhere here that it's only for its side effects. Or no, that was for each. Sorry. I can't remember where. Yeah, anyway, right now I don't care about the results. So that's maybe one of the weak points I have so far is I have trouble seeing from the code and from the documentation exactly what task outputs are. It's produced by macros. So in my own thing, I'm using for each, and I believe that one's pretty straightforward. It actually says here, yeah, the return value is a feature whose output is unit. So it's executed entirely for its side effects. So that means the source task's output, this thing is always going to be a unit. So can we even say that here manually? I think so. Yeah, so it's fine with that, right? Actually, still running cargo check. I should give it a moment. Yeah, so it's basically saying, yeah, there's not going to be anything there. But if I do that here, it's going to complain, saying, hey, that's not a unit. That's not a unit. It expected a result. Yeah, that's right. So that's one way to figure out what the type is. Tell it that it's unit, and when the compiler disagrees with you, it'll tell you what it is. So the output of that sync task is a result, where if it's okay, you get nothing, and if it's an error, you get a tungstenite error. Right now, we're not going to do anything with it. Thank you for the follow. You mean the source task is a join handler? Oh, I see. So maybe task is not the right word to use here? Because task means something different, right? No, you're wrong. This isn't a task handler. Literally, what is it? It is a forward. It's one of these guys. It's a forward, and it says it's a future. So if anything, I think the correct term would be future. Right? Sync future, and then this would be source future. I think those are the closest terms I can come up with. Now, what does it tell me the type here is? It says impl future, where the output is a unit. See, that's really straightforward. What's really hard for me is when I hover over this one and it says it's a forward map unbounded receiver, message okay, function unknown, message, returning result, message unknown, split sync, WebSocket stream, stream, TCP stream, TLS stream, TCP stream, message. You guys all understood that, but I had no freaking clue what that meant. Actually, if we, hold on, there's a phone alarm going off near me. Hold on a minute, let me go silence that alarm. Okay, sorry about that. Welcome to Raimu's house, where random phone alarms go off, and it's up to Raimu to find the phone and deliver it to the person who owns the phone. There's also a bug in the compiler that inverts the types of expected and found types. Really? I didn't run into any kind of bug. Yeah, so that's super long type. We can go to it and see, and this comment kind of helps. It says it's a future. We can see that as that's one of the traits. How does this work? Oh, I think it makes it even more difficult for me to get because it's constructed by a macro. I think we can get a little bit more information if I run the doc thing. So this is something that last time I streamed, viewers were really pushing me to do, and I kind of held off until after the stream to try it out. It's cargo doc open. Well, that's interesting. I don't remember seeing output file collision before. We have two different versions. This is the base 64 library. This is a known bug where multiple crates with the same name use the same path. Interesting. It's kind of nice that they tell us that there's a bug. Alright, so I have a link, which is really just a local file link. So here I can look at forward. This one. And I can click on that type and we get a little bit more information about it. So it is implementing debug, fused, future, unpin, safe unpin, and we get auto implementations of send, sync, unwinds. So I'm starting to get used to the fact that this doesn't actually tell us much, although we sort of get an expanded view of this. So my eye is naturally going to the left first to see, well, what kind of thing is it? And it's like, okay, it supports future and fused future. So that's the most important traits here to say what it is. And then these other traits, debug means we can run it through the debug macro, that's fine. Unpin, I'm still not really comfortable with what that means, but it has to do with the object. I think it means the object is safe to lock down in one memory location. It's a known bug in cargo, I see. So, yeah, that's probably enough for us to know that if it is a feature, then it will implement all of the hidden things that features do, which is the poll, which takes a context, and that part of that context I think has a callback in here, a waker, from waker, yeah, all that stuff. So what I've learned in the last couple of days is don't dig too deeply into future unless you really want to implement it yourself. Just get familiar with how you'd use it with the syntax built into the language, which most of it is this async keyword and await, and then some of the library facilities like the block on for the executor and for the task, and stuff like that. Yeah, I'm not really interested right now in implementing futures I'm just going to use those library facilities and syntax to use them. Pin allows for safe self-referential structs by pinning it into a memory location. He's got a pretty good advanced video. So far, none of his videos I've seen were very advanced, in my opinion. They were nice, but I had to play them at 2x speed because he tends to, in my opinion, over-explain things, but that's not a bad thing. If you have a link to the video, I'd like to watch it, since I am sort of weak on the pinning thing so far. And Strothj, how are you doing? And Silmith, hello. All right. So I'm not done, right? The difficult thing I ran into yesterday was, how am I going to make a future which handles messages and then has access to the trait object tool? So for a couple days, I just couldn't figure this out. And what, in the end, I was able to learn and understand is that if we use reference counted, it bypasses a lot of the problems, because what's kind of hidden in this, which should be obvious, which is, it's not exactly obvious, but it should make sense once you understand how futures work, is that these things are either borrowed or captured, and not just for what looks like the lifetime of a call, but they actually get held, they have to be held as long as this future remains alive, because this function call, you can think of it as this function call is spread out over the lifetime of the whole future. So the fact that we're borrowing this, or we're owning the source, or we're borrowing the sync, reference to the sync, and we're borrowing the tool, that gets kind of hoisted into this source future, so that it remains borrowed until the last reference to the source future. Well, thank you for that link, Silmith. And hey there, Papada, still Papa? And Resubaka, good morning, good evening, good middle of the night, good middle of the day. Got to cover all my bases there, because I don't know where everybody is, but we're around the world. Yeah, reference counted and atomic reference counted. So because these things get either borrowed or owned for the whole lifetime of the future, if we don't start sharing the object, they get kind of locked up and lead to, inevitably, to multi-borrow problems and lifetime problems. So this, putting it into a reference counted, a smart pointer, allows us to share the tool with the future. And that is really important if you have more than one task that is going to use the same trait object, which is what I was running into. And then this other thing, refcell, is needed because reference counted pointer is immutable by nature. But we're going to need to call methods of this trait object which require the object to be mutable. Refcell is sort of a dynamic or runtime version of the mutable reference checker. So it allows us to take something that is normally has a immutable reference only, and reach in and modify it. It's called internal mutability, and I read about it while I was reading the Rust book, and I had to go relearn that. So again, RC is to share the object. Refcell is to allow us to mutate the thing that we're holding on to while using one of these shared pointers, which doesn't really know or support mutability. Basically a single-threaded read-write lock. Yeah. So refcell, read-write lock, mutex, they're all similar in that the outer handle is treated like it's immutable, like you can't just pass it around and everyone write to it. You have to obey the rules that there can only be one writer at a time, and if there's a writer, you can't have readers, but you can have multiple readers. But what refcell does it dynamically, whereas if you didn't use refcell, it would be statically checked by the compiler. So we have to use it here because the static check would only have, like if I did this and I said it's just an RC, then we could never mutate admin tool because RC, by its definition, says that the contain item is immutable. So this says, sure, the The outer thing is immutable, but there's interior mutability. We can go in there and reach in, but every time we do, RefCell is going to track it, and it's going to panic if 2 or more tasks end up trying to mutate it at once, or if there's one writer and then a reader comes in. A little sip, maybe. Hey there, Suleiman Frani. Cheers. You'll have to do mutex or read without lock? No, I don't have to. Won't have to because this is not multi-threaded, it's single-threaded. I'm not using threads. Yeah, this code works just fine. If I were to use multiple threads, yeah, I'd probably need to have a mutex. Although, I guess I'm not quite sure what... it depends on what executor I run, right? And this executor block on, I believe, is going to just put it into a single thread. If I took this feature and put it onto a multi-threaded executor, or if I spawn tasks using a strategy that allowed a thread pool, then we might have a problem with this unless I put this into like a mutex instead. Async standard uses multi-threading? Okay. Well, we'll find out. I guess the solution is this would become a mutex, right? And that's from sync or something like that. The task local to make sure it's single-threaded. So what does futures executor block on do then? Just runs it in the current thread, right? Okay, so this should be safe for now. But yeah, I'll probably want to change the interface to be mutex or something if later we want to have multiple threads. Maybe it's just safe to do it anyway. See, this is, again, my weak points. I'm just happy I got the whole dang thing to compile. So now that we're handling the tool by reference counted ref cell, I can do this, which is, actually, let's put this into multiple lines to make it easier to see. Yeah, so source here, again, is the reader end of the WebSocket that we connected right here. So this for each is a string extension utility that says just drive the source to completion. In other words, just sit there and keep trying to read the WebSocket, and whenever something comes in from the WebSocket, we take that thing and we give it to whatever closure we pass. And I ran into a ton of problems with the fact that we're taking a closure and giving it to an asynchronous function. This for each is asynchronous in that it's not marked async, but this for each is, again, it's a future, right? So basically anything that returns a future is asynchronous. So it took me a long time to realize that the lifetime of this closure extends beyond this, this looks like a function call, but it extends beyond that to include all the way until we actually resolve the future here with the await. And yeah, so what we borrow and what we own inside the closure and what we capture, like self, it's held for much longer than I originally thought. So I was running into a particular trouble with the tool itself. So, but by cloning, basically adding a reference here, we're essentially taking the tool and giving this closure and the asynchronous function we're passing the closure to its own reference to the tool. You know, a cool Linux command? Not really. This is your first time here and you're asking me if I want to know a cool Linux command. Why are you asking me? Does it look like I'm doing Linux right now? I'm on Windows, so... But hello. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt and I'll give you a friendly wave. All right, so yeah, how I handle the event, I need to clean this up. I'm gonna time you out for a bit. I don't think that was an appropriate joke because people can actually run that. So don't do that again, please. Time you out for a little bit so you can think about that. Usually the polite thing to do when you come to a stream for the first time is to say hi. Maybe ask some questions, maybe contribute to the subject of the stream. And so maybe think about that. All right, so I need to clean this up because I have a match. Probably because I'm really not that adept in doing what's essentially mapping success and error cases down to resolve them all, right? So I'm doing it in 2 steps implied by the match. The inner match takes the event, and I call it an event because even though it could be a message from the server, it could also be an error from the connection. Yeah, how do I get a match? It's because it's really, this isn't, each match is an expression, so that's the inner match expression, and the outer match expression has this body. So it's match, and then take the result and match it again. It's kind of like a digestive system where maybe this is the stomach, and these are the intestines. So we're processing it in 2 steps. So like I said before, I'm not yet adept enough to know how to make this into a single match yet, but I'll figure it out. Hey there, Ereld. Hi. How did you run cargo format? Wait a minute. Wow, did you run cargo format? I wonder how this match gets out of format. I didn't run cargo format. I'm kind of scared to see it indent it too much. You could refactor the inner match into its own variable. Yeah, yeah, that's one thing I could do right away. Maybe to make it more readable. I'm gonna do that right now. Let event match equal that, and then down here, match event match. Let's name it something else. Event result. Event result. So there we go. Back to working again. No more match. So I would really like to combine them together. I just haven't figured out how. Probably with monads or something like that. Anyway, let me explain what I'm doing. We're taking this event that was passed in, and we say, well, if it was a text message, then we're going to try to see if we can handle that message. And this largely remained unchanged, except for now we're going to borrow a mutable reference to the tool when we're going to handle the message, because handle a message just takes the reference, and instead of it being a plain reference, it's a ref mute, which is a special type, which is the wrapper for a mutably borrowed value from a ref cell. But I use it like a reference, so you can call a method through it, you can pass it to something else that uses it like a reference right here. It works pretty much the same. And so the rest of this is largely unchanged from before. So we take the message type, and if it's auth challenge, we handle it ourselves. Otherwise, we give it to the concrete tool to deal with. And the auth challenge, again, is just take the challenge from the message, compute the signature for it. And I have a hack in here to basically cause problems in the connection so that I can work on the handling of that. And I left that in there for now because that's where I left off my work. But anyway, after we compute the signature, we encode it and send it back to the server, and then we tell the tool that it can do its work. Actually, it was a triple match. I only saw 2 match. Oh, you mean the inner match in for one of the arms, right? Right there? Yeah. So this was a triple match. Match. So when we handle the message, it could be that we handled it and then the handler told us whether or not the tool should proceed. Or it could be an unhandled message, and here we're just printing out that we received an unrecognized message, but otherwise we're continuing the tool's work. If it's an error, then we're going to print an error and say we're going to stop, right? If we receive any kind of message other than text, we just ignore it and we say we just continue. If we get errors, I think this one is going to go away because that's not what we get. Oh no, that stays. This is, actually I'm not sure. This is what in the synchronous version of the code we would get for the after the WebSocket was closed. It might be that with asynchronous just the source stops. I'm not sure yet. But either the source is going to stop or we'll get one of these to let us know that the connection's done. And then any kind of protocol error, we're going to just turn it into an error with a string in it. So at this point, event result is going to be a result. Tool should continue, yes or no. Otherwise, it's a string error. So do nothing if we're supposed to continue, and no. I haven't figured this out yet, but I need to figure out a way to signal that we should close the WebSocket. This is only given the events. It's not actually given the source. Okay, it's given the sync, and I don't think we can close the WebSocket through the sync, but I might be wrong. We're given the sync, and we're given one event from the source, and I don't think that's enough to close the WebSocket, but maybe it is. I need to figure that out. If it's an error, and again, I am not handling this right. Right now we're just printing out the error, but otherwise we're going to continue. Haven't figured out what to do with errors yet. Yesterday you discovered this and found it useful. They are tricky questions in Rust if someone wants to test their knowledge. Okay, that sounds scary, but I'll write that down. All right, notes. Let me give you a point. Point for you. Matches inside the arms don't count. I see what you're saying. So it's not a triple match, it's only a double match. The stream will stop, you think? Can you send a WebSocket close message? That's what I thought at first, but I didn't see anything here, at least through the sync. We can clone the sync. We can... Oh, there's close channel. Maybe that's what I want. Aha! Yeah, maybe this is what we want. I didn't see that yesterday. I can try that out, though. But right now, I need to fix... Actually, no, I could do this part. Hold on, we can try this part. Let's see if that works. Okay, let me show you what it does before I build it. So the last build, right? If I just run items count, right? Oh, that's because I hacked the authentication. Let me unhack it. Signature. Comment that out. Which means I should comment out the line I added up here. Right here for now. Just for a moment. Cargo build release. If you close the channel, it'll panic when you send a message. Yeah, so I'll probably need to not try to send another message after that, right? So it might not be the right way to handle it. We'll see. Yeah, so it gets to where tool should stop now and just sits there because I don't have any code in there to either tell the WebSocket should shut down or to shut down on my own. So it just sits there, waits for more messages, which it never gets. So let me just experiment and see what happens if we close the channel at that point. Maybe we'll get a panic, like you're saying. We'll see. Actually, it just stopped. But I don't know how it stopped. Because we didn't get connection closed. It didn't run through... We never got one of these errors. It probably we don't need this one anymore, right? My guess is it completed the sync future. And the sync and the source ultimately are tied back to the WebSocket. So maybe by ending the sync stream, the source stream, it internally does a disconnect with the server and the source stream ends too. Hey there, Jodaba. How are you doing today? The most quiet panic you'd seen. It's probably completed both ends of the WebSocket. Yeah. So it actually does the right thing then, right? That's cool. I'm doing okay, Jodaba. I had a rough last couple days. I had eye strain and I had Rust dementia. Like, I was totally like forgetting how to do what I had just learned in Rust. I was getting really frustrated. And I think it's just I was just not taking enough breaks or something. Got a little bit more rest. Tried going back to Rust a little bit at a time while taking breaks, and I think I absorbed the information a little bit better because I got my program to compile. Learned a little bit of how to properly handle trait objects when you're doing futures and when you're sharing them. And these little tidbits like that. If you have a trait object and you want to give it to some kind of asynchronous task, you're probably going to want to wrap it in some kind of ref cell or mutex, and then a reference counted thing to share it, and clone the reference before you capture it, or before you really what you're doing is you're capturing it in the future. It doesn't capture into the closure, but the entire closure here is essentially captured into the future and is owned by that future until the future completes. So actually, now that I have this await in here, do I really need to clone here? Just curious. Yeah, I do. Yeah, I get yeah, this is what was haunting me yesterday. This is my my nightmare from yesterday. I would get this error and I just couldn't understand it. Cannot move out of tool a captured variable in basically a mutable closure. Move occurs because tool has type whatever, which does not implement copy trait. Cannot move it out. And then I would try things like, well, what if I just made it a reference, right? Would that work? And then that means I have to make this one a reference too, right? I was just doing stuff like this all day yesterday, trying to understand what I was doing wrong. I guess I don't need to do that. Watch, it's just going to work. Murphy's Law says it's just going to work now. Handle message just takes another reference. I don't think it's going to work. Ultimately, I'm going to have problems, right? What line are we on? That's an error. Oh, right here. Auth challenge also. Yeah, these things end up percolating around the code because functions, share these references around everywhere. Yeah. Yeah, let me just see what happens. Yeah, maybe I don't need the ref cell to begin with. Maybe it had to do with not calling match correctly. No, see, the errors just bounce around. Oh, that needs to be a reference. That's why. Oh, really? Oh, interesting. So I didn't need the ref cell. I bet it was because of the way I did the await before. So just borrow it then in the run, and this works? No. I end up with one. Oh. Oh, it has to be a mutable reference. Mute dine. I want to get to the errors I had yesterday to illustrate my pain. So, mute dine. Yeah, all of this has to be that like that. I think this is the problem I ran into with it's a lifetime problem. Yeah, this one is another nightmare. Cannot infer an appropriate lifetime for automatic coercion due to the conflicting requirements. First, the lifetime cannot outlive the lifetime anonymous as defined on the body, which is the closure, so that the closure can access tool. But the lifetime must be valid for the method call, which is the future. So the type of expression is valid during the expression, same thing. So I believe this has to do with setting lifetimes, and so I can kind of work around this by going to this guy and then start annotating the lifetimes. But let's see if I can do this. It's like if I set them all to have the same lifetime, maybe it works. Let's see if I can get around it that way. No, still the same problem. I think the problem is we can't assign a lifetime to the future itself. So I can't say like A here, can I? Or yeah, I just couldn't figure out this syntax. You think no lifetime annotation can help you there? It's possible. So I don't completely understand this yet, other than that when we're dealing with references to mutable references, especially, that you get all sorts of weird problems with lifetimes. And so the way around it is just to clone another reference. And so that's led me down the path of RC, which needs or either a ref cell or a mutex or something like that. And then everything starts to work again. Conceptually, it makes sense to me in that it doesn't really, I'm not really able to tell it how to borrow that reference safely. And maybe if I could figure out how to annotate lifetimes, maybe it could be done. But yeah, it's like, you can't borrow that reference because you're only borrowing it. The caller is borrowing it, or the function itself, handle messages, is borrowing that from someone. And this appears to like it can't figure out the how to safely borrow it without it possibly being used after it's no longer valid. So anyway, I guess we'll just undo all that. Go back to it being a ref cell and continue. Back to 0 warning, 0 errors. I would say that Rust has its dark alleys, Jodaba. Rust has dark alleys. Can you box the dynaobject? That just adds one level of indirection, which we're already... So you're saying maybe box is an alternative to RC ref cell? I don't know. Can you? By the way, hey there, Maya. And Varun Brand, hello. I'm doing fine. How are you doing today? So I'm not really comfortable yet with box, and these I'm starting to get used to. So I guess we could try the box approach. It could fix the lifetime error maybe. So if I redo everything, well, actually let's not redo everything. So if we're going to box it, we should box it at this level, right? Or maybe we don't need to. If we let it take self instead of borrow a reference, and then actually I'm not doing it right, am I? It's this thing. Oh no, it's we can't give it a concrete. It has to be a box, right? Is it in boxed box? Yeah, so then where we call run, where was that? Here. I have to say box new here, right? Yeah. All right. We can try it. We could say it's boxed. You're setting up Twitch to try to do your first stream tonight. Neat. Good luck with that. Teo Capon, hi. And Sprudel. Or Sprudel? Sprudello? Hello? Sure, pretty sure box is in the preload. No need to give it that long name. Let's see if you're right. Oh, you are right. Thank you. It's in the prelude. Although I'm on the fence about whether I've been avoiding using use because I want to get familiar with what modules these things are in instead of doing use everywhere. But if it's in the prelude, I guess we can just assume that. Actually, I got away with doing that anyway. Yeah. You like how Brian Cantrell summed up Rust at its best and worst. When the borrow checker's angry with you, it can feel like you don't know what to do. So as a result, it totally overcompensate and is like the friendliest compiler you've ever encountered. And you're like, why are you being so helpful? This is great. It's just like, remember this later. Remember my helpfulness at your darkest hour, because your darkest hour is probably coming. I'm wondering if does that let me mutate the tool? I think it does, right? If we do a get mute or something like that. I just don't remember. We'll find out in a moment. So I'm just going to follow the train of compiler errors around. Handle messages needs to take a box. You need a box. You need a box. I should just put this into my clipboard. And again, I'm getting familiar with some new key mapping, so my apologies if I'm a bit slow here and there. So we don't need to clone it, hopefully, but this needs to take a box. And this would just, hopefully just take a reference. I think I do as mute. Okay, except for this has a problem of some kind. Hidden type for infiltrate captures lifetime that does not appear in bounds. I wonder if that's caused by other errors, though. Well, let's just try to change it everywhere. Been using Rust for lots of firmware stuff for a while, and now it's jarring going back to C and not having iterators and easy data structures. I would imagine going back to C will be jarring in that it's like, where are my familiar and friendly walls that keep me from doing bad things? Do I have a syntax error around here somewhere? Is this why it's freaking out? It doesn't like this character? Indeed. Mismatch types. That's a box new. Okay, I think I need to see this error now. Heard great praises for it from a friend of yours. It's, I don't know, it's been a fun yet frustrating experience for me. Hidden type for infiltrate captures lifetime that does not appear in bounds. Hidden type for infiltrate. Hidden type future. Oh, the hidden type. Wait a minute. What are two different hidden types? I think, is it trying to tell me that it doesn't know, that it needs me to give it a lifetime for that somehow? Or for that? Yeah, hidden type, smiley face. For me, though, it's a frowny face. It's like, what do you need me to do? Macro here. So I'm using some kind of macro somewhere. I'm guessing it's with the async. I don't know. Anybody have any idea? It's every time that I'm passing a box into an asynchronous function, apparently. Fun but frustrating, sums up Android development too, yeah. I'd agree with that. Have cargo explain the error. Okay. Well, I usually run Rust explain. Is cargo explain different? The infiltrate return type captures lifetime errors that do not appear within the infiltrate itself. Ernie's code example, using a cell, defining a trait. Hold on a second. I had to yell at my family for yelling. The answer to yelling is more yelling. Oh, you think I need to give a lifetime to the tool itself? Impl A B trait B for. So this is where I get kind of lost, where they start defining it's an implementation with two lifetimes A and B. And why is there a lifetime on? I don't get it. I don't get it. Here the function foo returns the value of type cell. What? It looked like it returns an impl trait. Oh, it's returning X, which is the cell. Okay, I got it. Which references the lifetime X. However, the return type is declared as impl trait Y, right, where X and Y are different. Again, foo returns some type implements, but it also indicates that the return type only captures data referencing lifetime Y. Oh, because of the Y. Okay. You must reference the lifetime X from the return type. Is it saying that the lifetime of this reference is different from the return? So I have to, like you guys were saying, add a plus A. Like that. And then this is a problem because we can't borrow it as mutable. What? Okay, see ya, Vern, Brandon, DHG, Humming. Thanks for being here. They're assumed to be static. Okay, so this removes that assumption that they're static. Cannot borrow tool as mutable, as is not declared as mutable. Cannot borrow as mutable. How do I do that? Do I have to say it here? That's not right. Correct syntax. Oh, right. Thank you, man. I always sometimes forget you can put mute on the left. Okay. So I'm able to get away with this because the box extends its lifetime to static, right? Whereas if I had a plain borrowed reference, it doesn't know the borrow lifetime, and it's difficult to write up the syntax for that. So that's mute tool plus A. And at this, oh, wait a minute. Oh, we are not mutating, we're just passing it along, so it doesn't need to be mutable A. Okay, what's this problem then? Okay, I was afraid of this happening. Do I need to borrow the box here? Well, won't that lead me to the same problem as before? See, when you say it can't move in a mutable closure, that's like the compiler was telling me yesterday. It led me to almost tearing my hair out. So when you say can't move in FN mute closure, that really doesn't help me. Like, what would help me is to understand what that means. What does it mean can't move in FN mute closure? When FN mute means the for each can call the closure multiple times. Okay, so yeah, I didn't intend to move it. I just want to share the box with it. So does that mean I need to have a mutable reference to the box? I'm guessing yes. And then down here, I need to share the box somehow, like that. I have to say that, I guess. And now we're back to the canon for an appropriate lifetime. So we went in a big circle. We're back to canon for the lifetime of it. Can you just pass a reference to the closure and not the entire box? What do you mean pass a reference to the closure? Hey there, Lycan. How are you doing today? Yeah, so, and also Blazar, hi. How are you doing? And Typer, need mute in front of the parameter name. Yes, indeed. And Red Sky 1, how are you doing today? Nice golem you have there. And Liquid Plumber, how are you today? Cargo explain there, yep. So anyway, I'm just gonna undo this. Because frankly, like, the way it was better for me. It was working. I went back too far there. Because I don't want to get frustrated again. Okay, that's what it was before. Let's undo this. So maybe it's overkill. I don't know. But I do know it works. To share a reference to the tool with the closure. Yeah, so the maybe this, maybe that, I can only deal with that so much, and then I get super frustrated until I get more experience with this and know how to interpret these god-awful error messages like this. Like, these are just the worst. The stuff with hidden type, like, this is maybe a compiler engineer would understand that. What does call site mean? I think I know what it means. But yeah, to us normal developers who aren't compiler gods, I think we need a little bit better error message from the compiler. And that's been my experience so far, that Rust has really good error messages for beginners, terrible error messages when you get to the intermediate to advanced stuff. Current task, fighting the borrow checker. Yeah. I can update the command, actually. After I get this to build and confirm that it works. So, build it. Hey there, Mr. Halsey. Shake Soda, I did that just to unlurk you. That's my clever plot. Hi. I knew that you would know the definition of call site, and just so I threw it out there knowing, in my head, Shake Soda's the only one who'll know this, and this is how I'm going to unlurk Shake Soda. Hi, Anakim Luke. Where was your message? There it was, right there after the raid. Hi. Welcome, Mr. Halsey and Raiders. I'm once again trying to climb the insanely steep learning curve of Rust. So, I depict it like this. Here's the learning curve for Rust. Right, you're going along fine, and you're learning about, let's say you're learning about functions, you're learning about loops, and you're like, this is easy. And then it's like, okay, now we're talking a little bit of a struggle, because maybe you're learning box, and you're learning RC, and you're learning thread. And then you get to async Rust. Let me just depict for you the learning curve for async Rust, with closures, with lifetimes. All right, can we just do that a few more times? Hold on. Copy. Sorry, I'm still struggling with my keyboard. Paste, 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 paste. There we go. There's the learning curve of Rust, and then you start to think you understand Rust. So you're like, okay, the slope is evening out a little bit, right? Maybe even it goes flat for a bit, and then you're like, oh, what's this strange compiler error? Oh, okay. I don't really understand what I'm doing. So then you have more of, hold on. Copy, paste. You have more of that. And then what I hope to achieve is to get to the top of the Rust mountain, right? Way up here. And then here, now I'm a Rust guru. So this is the Rust learning curve for me. It was easy for a while, and then it started to get a little bit strenuous, and then I hit a wall. And then I thought, oh, I got into the top. I understand it. I got my compiler happy, my program's running, and then I try to add one more thing to my program, and there's that wall again. And then I feel like I'm scaling this wall. I may be right there. Maybe I'm right there. I don't know. I'm somewhere on this upper wall. If I can just get over that last hump, and I understand the inner secrets of captured lifetimes and calls, all that junk, then maybe I'll be over the learning curve. Eventually the learning curve goes past infinity and it becomes negative infinity and zero and positive infinity again. So it's like a roller coaster. Is that what you're saying? You hit a wall where the design of everything was more than you were willing to put up with. I hit these walls, and what does it for me, where I get frustrated, is I look up the compiler errors and I see like 3 or 4 other people who run into the same compiler error, and they post it on Stack Overflow, and there's either no answer or the answer is very, very specific to their problem and doesn't give a general solution. And so it just doesn't work for me. And I run into other things like, oh, well, async is new in Rust. It's just not going to work right yet. You can't do that yet in Rust. And I'm like, it's like there are boulders sticking out of this wall. How do I depict that? There's like a boulder sticking out, and maybe there's a few boulders here, right? Then you have to go on the underside of the boulder and then go over it and then resume your climb up the wall. So this is like the returning an impl trait from a function you return from another function boulder. You have to get over that, and then maybe this is the closures being captured by futures boulder. You're describing getting over it? Yeah, I got to get over these boulders that are affixed onto the side of the cliff, and I start to think that these cliffs exist in Rust because I start to think that it's a design of Rust, that the designers who are sitting at the top of this mountain are looking down at all the programmers milling around here and saying, we've constructed the perfect test to see who's worthy of being a programmer. If you can learn our language and use it, then you can join us here at the top with all the Rust enlightenment, all the enlightened Rust developers. If you can't learn Rust, then you're going to fall back down here with all the C, C++, JavaScript people. Yeah, and up here you can see the sunlight of the perfect language. That's how I feel like sometimes. And it doesn't help that their documentation remains incomplete. It makes me think the documentation has holes in there on purpose because they want these walls to exist. But, that's my pessimistic side. Anyway, back to the code. You wonder how Haskell's learning curve? Have you guys seen the learning curve for EVE Online? That one's like a doozy. Let me catch up on chat a bit. Are there Cat Peasant and Aura Driven? Please save file for future explanations. Oh, sorry, I already got rid of it. You could join the Rust Discord server. I joined the Rust online community. Actually, I got help on one of my walls yesterday. Tunnel through the wall. Clone all the things. That's how you get through the wall. You seek enlightenment. Should you learn Rust or join a mon? I think Rust would be the hardcore monastery. Yeah. Best way to stop and think about where your data is in your architecture. Yeah, I think Liquid Plumber. All jokes aside, I think Liquid Plumber has the right idea. When I hit a wall with Rust, I have to stop and say, what's the compiler trying to tell me here? It's probably trying to tell me that I don't have my reference lifetimes right. So I can maybe work around it for a while by either boxing or, in this case, putting a smart pointer around my tool. And then it's like, well, I'll let the runtime figure out the lifetime of the reference by just having a counter. So that's what I'm opting to do here until I get better. So the optimal way would maybe not require a smart pointer and just have the correct combination of lifetimes and references and borrows and moves and whatnot. But right now we're just going to clone. And that's what my friend Chris would say. You can't figure it out? Just clone the reference, move on. And I guess the only problem here is we're maybe not thread safe, but right now we're not using multiple threads. And I don't even think I'll need to use multiple threads. The way asynchronous Rust works, everything just makes closures, and then those closures get executed in series, right? Ultimately, our program is going to sit where? It's going to sit on this join, right? It's going to sit on this join and either process the sync feature, the source feature, or whatever else I pass it. It'll wake up whenever a new message comes in, or it'll wake up when the WebSocket can accept more outgoing messages. Hey there, Trazco. And that noob. Is everything already written in Rust? This tool is almost done. Once I get finished with these admin tools, then I'm not sure what the next home for my Rust code will be. Maybe it'll be in the backend server. Although there's so much code there, I'm not really sure if I'm going to be rewriting all of that. I wanted to go to current task. So I'm done with reviewing the work. Oh, right. I built this, right? I'm going to run it and make sure it still works. Okay. We probably don't need to say tool should stop now because I think it's actually going to stop. So we're going to say handling errors. That's what I'm going to figure out next. And I'm going to put the error back in there that was there on purpose. Wrong file. So I don't actually need this line anymore, right? And I don't need that because close channel does exactly what we want. Close channel doesn't even return anything, right? So that's perfect. Well, I'm going to cement the deal by saying semicolon, saying there is no value. Okay, so handling an error. I want to put back in the plus equal 1 that I had. This thing. To sabotage the signature on purpose. To show you guys the problem I have right here. Half an omelet. No thanks. Just offered some food, but I'm not hungry right now. What am I making in Rust? I am making an admin tool. It is one that synchronizes the scripts I have on my computer with my game. And my game, you can check out here. Let me just show it to you. It's a multiplayer online game. And it has a lot of scripts to drive things in the game. Like the behavior of these monsters in the dungeon here are controlled by numerous AI scripts, like the attack, the wander script. So here's like the wander script, for example. It's all written in Lua, right? But I have a local copy of it here, npc wander. The tool I'm porting to Rust right now is designed to detect when I make a change to the file system, like if I do that and I hit save. It says, oh, you changed that file. It's different from what's on the server, so let me upload it to the server, and then this would update to what I have locally. So it's the tool running in this is connecting to the game, authenticating as an admin of the game, and then doing something. So items count is going to count the number of items in the game. The scripts tool does what I just mentioned a little bit ago. It synchronizes the game scripts. So they are like just different administrative tasks that I have to do from time to time remotely with the game. So but it's more the porting into Rust is mostly just an excuse to get some practice with Rust, because these tools are nice and standalone and separate from the core of the game. The core of the game is a lot bigger program, so if I were to try to move that to Rust, it would be a lot bigger deal. Moving one of these smaller tools over, the tool was in Python. It's only a few hundred lines of code. It's not several thousand like or maybe even 100,000. Like the game server is. So this is so something like this, which is only 350 lines, is much more likely for me to be able to port that to Rust successfully and get some practice with Rust. You know my game, huh? Either NanoBlit. So NanoBlit, I kind of assume that people don't know, because although you're asking the question, there probably, my hope would be that there's 2 or 3 other people who wanted to ask the same question but would rather lurk. So I'm giving the answer for everybody. Even if you know my game, someone else might not. So it's like a segue to introduce my game. And I never said hi to Mr. Halsey, who rated me before. I'm sorry about that. And Denny, hello. And is Rust so cool? I would say Rust is cool but difficult. And why Rust? Many people asked me what I thought about it, suggested I learn it, say it's the next great language, and I figured I should at least try it out to see if I like it and be able to say something about it. And this is what I have to say about it. I like it except for these things. Finally returned to streaming this week, by the way. Nice. Welcome back to streaming. Yeah, so I guess I should put in here a number 7. So certain design techniques, e.g. Asynchronous closures, are very difficult to write, to implement in a way that is readable and passes all of Rust's very strict rules. It doesn't help that most guides, blogs, wikis, books out there teach you only the basics, and the cliff you run into is the one just after the book ends. Okay, formally added to my list of not so favorite features in Rust. 1 and 6 particularly. They're not problems, they're just things I don't particularly like. I'm used in C++ to using int when I don't care about the size or I don't think it's relevant. And Rust, that it makes me choose a side. I know I can do I size, U size, but can't we just have a generic int type and let the compiler pick one that's good for us? I don't know. I'll get over this one. And number 6, this one, I just think it's sort of clumsy. The fact that they're very rigid on UTF-8. It's like, if we wanted UTF-16, sorry, Rust forces us into UTF-8. Otherwise, if we want UTF-16, we can't use string. We can't use the built-in strings. Just can't do it. Because it has to be a valid UTF-8 sequence. Sorry. That's it. No compromise. Unless there's maybe a way to turn that off with features that I don't know about yet. 6 is annoying, but I think it's good to take care of valid encoding. Yeah, but it's being too opinionated, in my opinion. Yeah, the statements like, shouldn't use UTF-16, it's an opinion, right? So I think that a generic type like string ought to not be so opinionated about encoding. That encoding of a string is maybe a different concern than the storage and manipulation of the string. I don't know, but this could all be just because I'm so used to C and C++ where they really are separate. The encoding is a separate thing from the type and its storage. Yeah, and that led to the really funny thing that the man put in our Discord, is that there are like 20 different string types in Rust, and in C it's just one. Extremely opinionated here is worthwhile. Yeah, maybe, again, some of these definitely I think I'll get used to. Like this one I'm already getting used to. But some of these other things I think it just take me longer to get used to. That's why I'm not going to say that I hate them or I don't think that they're right. It's just that I don't particularly like them. What do you think about C#? It's okay. C# I think is a walled garden, because you can't take your C# code and run it on every microprocessor out there like you maybe could with Rust, C, or C++. It's kind of like, I kind of like feel like about C# the way I feel about Java. It's really nice in its own little garden. I think others are stronger here. Favorite thing about Rust is how the char type is 32-bit and you can make it harder to use with strings. Yeah, that's also a little bit of inconsistency, right? If strings are about UTF-8 sequences, then why aren't characters bytes? Huh? UTF-8 sequence by definition is a sequence of bytes. Now, some sequences are valid and others are not, which leads me into the invalid encodings business and replacement characters and all that. It's just that the way that they chose to handle these sequences, I don't think it's been consistent with the type they use for the underlying elements of the string. But like when you get a slice, it's bytes, but not characters. Yeah, it's just a little bit weird, in my opinion. Okay, let me get back to my current task, which is handling errors. So I put an error in here on purpose. So I already built it. So if I run this now, we get this. Basically, it's stuck on an error. And I need to have it figure out what do we do when we get this error? Actually, at first I need to recognize the error in my match, and then I need to actually do something in the arm for the match to stop the program. UTF-8 multi-byte 4. So to me, UTF-8 is very precise and has nothing to do with 32 bits. UTF-8 is about 8-bit quantities that go to code points, which are not bounded in size. So let me illustrate that. If I can find the correct window, let's put it in this Chrome window. If I look up in Bing UTF-8 Wikipedia, I like to refer to this because the Wikipedia article has a really nice chart. This is UTF-8. It is a sequence of bytes which are which represent an encoding of code points. The code points do not have bits. They're not 32 bits. They're not 64 bits. They are just code points, right? The sequence itself is of bytes. So nowhere here do you see there's no 32 here anywhere, right? It's just a coincidence that the longest encoding is 4 bytes, but that has nothing to do with the code point size, right? In fact, I think code points are not exactly 32 bits anyway. They're more like, what, 18 bits or something? Or no, 24 bits? Something like that. Yeah, we'll have to deal with the protocol error. 32 just happens to fit them all, but you shouldn't be led to believe that UTF-8 is a 32-bit type. It's just a coincidence that the longest code could have been 5 bytes, right? They could easily extend this. In fact, I think it's designed for extension. You could conceive of a 5-byte where it's 11110 and then 410 bytes, right? Because the sequence of 11111 is not possible. It's an illegal sequence right now. So it's open for extension for at least the 1, and then we have 3 more bits there we could use. So you could totally extend this to beyond 32 bits. Wouldn't be surprised if eventually it happens, right? Because right now 5 ones for the first byte is illegal, but you could say it's also not. It's not that it's illegal. It's reserved for future extensions. Making an education platform where you learn from a spy agency. What do I think? That sounds interesting. How would you learn from a spy agency, though? Because don't spy agencies, by their nature, hide information? So how would you learn from that? I guess if you run the spy agency. Maybe I'm not understanding, but hello, Quant Engine. And welcome to Twitch. You just created your account a little bit ago. Hey there, C17R. I guess we don't need to be staring at UTF. Let's stare at my game here while I talk to chat. C17R, I didn't see your chat. Was it a while ago and I just missed it? It's probably while I was talking about something else. Hold on. You said greetings at 10:35, so like 4 minutes ago. There you are. Hidden behind a few badges. Hi. And iRazor also, I missed you. At 10:33. Yeah, I was preoccupied. You even tagged me. Oh, and I saw that, and I didn't. Yeah, I did. Sometimes I just don't recognize that someone's new in chat. And if you know Go, there's this post. Oh, okay. That's for character strings. Rust characters aren't Unicode code points, they're Unicode scalar values. Yeah, well, what does that mean? What's a Unicode scalar value? Unicode scalar value. The only thing I know about Unicode is that there are code points. A Unicode scalar value is just any Unicode code point. That is not a surrogate. Oh, so it's a subset of a code point. So we don't handle surrogates. Okay. So that's a little bit of minutia, don't you think? It's essentially a code point, but it's like a code point, but doesn't handle the surrogate. I don't know John Wick. I know Mission Impossible. You pick a topic, we make a spy story around the topic. Every story has 5 missions. You play missions, you learn programming. Well, that's a cool way to learn. Okay, I think it's pretty cool. Quaint engine. Unicode is invention of Satan. I don't know about that. Hey there, Mad Fred. I think it's a way to handle the problem of just an explosion of glyphs around the planet. That there are like so many different characters in different languages and writing systems. Hey there, Diapox. All right, I'm gonna get back to this. So the problem is that I'm catching these errors, but we're not stopping the program. It's continuing on, and also we're not really. We don't have we should probably have an arm for this particular kind of thing. This connection reset. So I had this before, I thought. Connection... No, not in the script. Connection reset. Reset? Maybe not. I think it was protocol, but I don't think we're getting a protocol, alright? Yeah, so it's going down the unexpected problem reading arm. It's not going down the protocol arm anymore. You're like action movies, strongly recommend John Wick series. Okay. Yeah, I don't know John Wick. Human language is incredibly complex. The complexity is mirrored within Unicode. Yeah, definitely. Including other parts of our language which maybe arguably aren't that useful, but I don't know. Depends on your point of view. I can do that because of Unicode. Look at that. I got a pile of poop in my string. Thanks, Unicode. How am I gonna... Oh, I should probably take a hint from what's printed out. So there's I/O. Event... Right, I should look at this tungstenite error. Okay, so there's an I/O different from protocol now. And so in the I/O, it's OS, and then there's a kind called connection reset. Okay. So yeah, with synchronous tungstenite, it was protocol error. So instead, it is for asynchronous tungstenite, it's error. This is not going to help me, is it? It's not going to help me. What is it going to be? I should just look at my own... Oh, thank you for the follow. Look at my own documentation here. Error? How many different errors could there be? Probably a lot. Let me look at... WebSocket stream. It has... stream implementation. Right, this WS error. Here we go. I found it. Okay, so then that part is still correct. But it's I-O. Okay, got it. All right. Favorite thing about Unicode is how it allows for the construction of complex emojis using multiple simpler emojis. Well, you know what? You know what the real point of Unicode is, right? You guys know why it was made? It's for glitch text. You know what I'm talking about. I think this is the one that I use. Yeah. Hail Hydra. We need this isn't my favorite one. There's one that had like amount of, yeah, I think this was in how glitchiness. Hail Hydra. Because you can't have it too glitchy, otherwise Twitch doesn't like it. But yeah. There we go. That's the real point of Unicode. With they describe it down here. Combining characters that Unicode allows you to have. Combining characters. So they takes an existing character and adds little markups above and below it, or around it, for diacritics. The fact that you can do that is just so cool. And you know, the first time I actually saw the glitch text with overloaded diacritics was on a YouTube video. And I'm like, how is that guy doing that with the text? And then I looked it up and ran into that site. You like how skin tones are added to the emoji? Yeah, it's the same way. They're modifiers. So it's like take an existing Unicode character, like the happy face or hands or something like that, and you can modify it with the skin tone. So you can have dark or light, or in the middle. That's super cool. Read somewhere if your program can handle Turkey, then it's better than most programs in handling encoding. Turkey. Oh, Turkish? Yeah. I don't know Turkish, so I don't know what that implies. Okay, what kind of I/O error was this? An OS. This error is in standard I/O error. Show me that declaration. Oh, wait. We can't peek into it? Oh, okay, I have to do kind, and that gives me this enum. Okay. So then standard I/O error. Oh, error. Standard I/O error kind. Connection reset. There we go. I think I got it. And was there a message with it? There is a message. So, how do I get that out of this? Oh, this isn't going to work, is it? How do I do this? What am I doing with the branch? I want to catch this exact kind of I/O error, connection reset, in this arm. And I'm actually going to do more than just generate an error string. Actually, you know what I'm going to do is just going to do that. We're going to end up closing the channel down as if the tool is told not to continue. You want to use match guard error I/O foo if foo is kind of connection error. Okay, so I have to, I think you're right, because this is not an enum, right? This is an actual structure. So I think you're right. I have to say error here, right? But can't I do that with a match? Can't I say something like... Oh, maybe I can't. Do I really need to have an if? I know man has a lot of carrots there saying that I should do that, but it would be really cool if I could just match that kind of I/O error. If I can have the error kind be in the match pattern somehow. Let me see if someone else has asked this question. So Rust IO error pattern. Who knows which one of these? Pattern match? This one maybe? Yeah, this says Rust 1.17 doesn't allow destructuring the error. Oh, here we go. Kind IO error kind. Yeah, that's what I want. So that's what I was trying to get at here. If I can say kind, it's not going to let me do that though, is it? You like Rust in the sense that it's an alternative to modern C++ madness? Yeah, it's just a different kind of madness, Mad Fred. But you and I were both mad, so it's fine. We got past the insanity part. Must be annoying to look for Rust stuff and get the Rust game. Yeah, it's a little bit annoying. But you just add in the word programming or language, and then that usually disambiguates it. Can we do this if IO error... The only thing we can't... That's public, but that's not public, right? So can I even do this? Can I... Okay, it's repper, not kind. I don't think it's going to let me do that. Because it's not public, right? Yeah, that's a bummer. So... it's not too bad, right? It's just I have to repeat this kind of... I have to have an alternative if... I need to practice using these alternate key mappings here. Okay, if error kind is... What exactly? Standard IO error kind... I think I want to let, don't I? If let, and turn this around with a single equal. Whoops. Connection reset error equals error kind. Else. And then I want to have like an alternative, I just grab this. Can I say something like this and put the whole thing into an expression? That would be really neat. And then I can just say that. Unexpected IO problem reading. Oh, I need to take a break. Hold on, let me suspend that for a second. I know, oh, it was Backcraft. Hi, Backcraft. How are you doing? You can put the if in the left of the arrow, yep. Oh, you can? I can put the if here somehow? I can use the match guard. Okay, I'd love to know how to do that. Let me get this working though. There's some problem here. It's that, right? And this is problem Y. Expected tuple struct found unit variant. Not a tuple struct or tuple variant. Is that because error kind returns me... No, it's an error kind. Oh, no, it's not something I wrote. It's WorkRave. It's an open source thing. What did I get wrong here? Expected tuple struct. What's it trying to tell me? Not a tuple struct or tuple variant. It's not? Because it looks like it is. Oh, there's no data with it. Oh, okay. There we go. Yes, Brudeldel told me, and also Typer told me. Anybody else tell me? No, you guys get points. Thank you for noticing. There's no error then. So I'm just going to say... what did I say before? Connection closed? Yeah. Well, connection reset. We don't technically need that anymore, right? Because that's not actually going to happen. All right, let's see if this works. If so, I'll probably take a break because it's been an hour and 40 minutes. The cool thing about Rust that I really like is once you get it to compile, it usually works. That's been my experience. Nope. It recognized the connection was reset, but it didn't break like I thought it would. This was supposed to hit here and close the channel. So I'm guessing closed channel isn't enough here. That's a form of working, I suppose. I just assumed closed channel would work just... I guess it's not going to work because this is the orderly shutdown. So I think we can... I think I need to have something else return from handle message event, right? I need some way to signal back that we should stop. Probably I shouldn't... I can't use for each anymore because for each... So the thing about for each I learned yesterday is that it's executed entirely for its side effects. So there's no way to signal like pass, fail, succeed, fail, you know, error, success, error in that. So it's going to continue giving me the same error over and over again with for each. We need to figure out how to break out of that. Hey there, Grumpy Game Dev. And Moscowish, hello. Fold, yo. Is fold what I need? Fold, yo. Fold. It's not part of iter, right? It's part of stream. There are too many folds. I can't find the one I'm looking for. Wasn't it in like stream extension? Stream ext? Hold on, why am I not finding stream ext? That's weird. Oh, because I'm in the wrong one. What happened to the doc window I had open? What happened to my documentation window? Okay, there. Okay, that's where I wanted to be. Fold. There it is. It's part of futures, not stream extension. Oh no, here it is. Stream extension. There we go. Execute an accumulating asynchronous computation over time, collecting all values in one final result. Yeah, so how do we tell it that it's a final result? Okay, that's like for each except for we actually have an output. I want to actually have it stop the stream, right? Isn't it like take until? Something like that. You can stop based on the value of the iterator? You mean in oh, but oh, you can? Go back, fold. How do I do that? The accumulator here is the argument there, right? So the only way we can what we signal back is this future. We only provide an output. How do we tell it when to stop? Try for each? Try for each isn't even something we have available here. Because it's in try stream extension. Okay. Hey there, Prof Element. Attempts to run the stream to completion, executing the provided... This doesn't need to be so wide, by the way. Aha! So I think you're on the right track here. I need to hydrate. Thank you. Prof Element. I just waved to you again. I don't know why. Probably because I need to take a break. Let me read this first, though. Okay, so it just we have a our output is a try feature. What is that? Oh, it's a trait. It's a convenience for features that return result values. So if we have our asynchronous thing return a result and we use try for each, then it would work, right? Typer told me that? Oh, indeed. So both man and typer said try for each, right? Yeah. So I didn't know about this try stream extension trait. It is where exactly? How do I get to the top? Specific to result returning streams. Okay. The item is what? Okay, so it gives me a result in, and I get a result back out. Is that why, is that why this one, sync mapped everything to okay? I probably need to do the same thing, right? Because in here, the items are... Actually, the items already are results. Huh. In a sense, I would be mapping these, right? To result unit comma boolean, I guess, to tell it whether or not it should continue. Anyway, I gotta take a break. I need to take a little bit of a longer break too. Let's say 5 minutes. 5 minutes and a little bit. I'll be back in a little bit. If you've been sitting in your chair for an hour and 48 minutes like I have, now is a good a time as any to get up and stretch, use the restroom, get some more water, whatever. I'll be right back. Hello, I am back a little early. All right. Where was I? Point of last edit. Oh, right. We need to indicate a result here, right? Actually, don't we just want a result? It's either okay or error. Yeah, don't I just want to keep it generic? Think why you are having many error earlier was majority due to using a trait object. Also in Rust, it's usually a good idea to split state in smaller parts to avoid multi-borrows. Okay. The thing is, like, I want to use a trait object because the admin tool changes. There are two of them. There's the items and scripts. They're both two different implementations, and I want to share the same common framework. So the common framework using the concrete thing by trait was the only way I could think of to do it. If there's a different way, then sure, I'd like to consider it. But if the concrete tool is handled by trait, then it's not like I can split this. It wouldn't really make sense. It's not really state at all, right? This is just an interface to the concrete tool. Yeah, I don't know. Common trait does not have to mean common trait object. So that I don't really understand. Because the only way I know how... okay, so you're saying... That's not true. What I was about to say was the only way to use a trait is through a trait object, but the other way, I guess, is through a generic. So you're saying maybe I could have common be a generic on the concrete tool? And handle it... You know, it actually already is compiling this twice, the way I have this set up in the cargo. It is, these two are both bins, and then either bin pulls in the common module. So this ends up getting compiled twice anyway. So you're saying instead of having a trait, I would just make common a generic? Yeah. Okay. All right. Fair enough. How did I break this? Oh, right. The type isn't correct. This should be an okay. This should be an error? No, this is also okay. This one's an error, though, and we don't close the channel. Right? Do I not have this correct? Oh, I need to provide an argument? I keep forgetting that. In C++, if it's void, you can just leave it out. Okay, so now our future returns a result. So I need to change this. So the idea was to do try for each. And that's not defined because I need to pull in the extension. Try stream extension. Okay. And this is probably not right because of it not doing anything with... No, is it because it's not doing anything with the output? Type mismatch resolving the future output, yeah. Expected that found a tungstenite error. Oh, does try for each take a different item? What's that? I think it's the argument we're passing. No, it's the output. Oh, this is an extension of whatever type I put it on, right? So it's going to be... I see. So the types actually have to match the tungstenite one unless I adapt this somehow. Yep, busted out the async. Yep, turn forever. How are you doing? We're on the cliff, so to speak. Smack in the Box is giving out 2 gift subs. 2 gift subs. Thank you, Smack in the Box. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. We have some drama happening behind me. 2 kids are fighting over the network connection. Then someone slammed a door. Thank you for those gifted subs, Back in the Box. How are you doing today? And also, I forgot to say hi to Kamundi. And now the dog's barking in the background. So I have 2 kids fighting over the network, I have a dog barking, and I have doors slamming. But yet, I'm going to persist with asynchronous Rust. Okay, I think I need to adapt the source before I do try for each, right? Because this one, the expected future type is that, which is different. Right? That's what it's saying. The type of the future is different. The original type... Let me see it in a little bit nicer window here. Enjoying the day off? I'm glad you're enjoying the day off. I guess my day off was yesterday. I needed a break. Interesting that it didn't like the event here. Did I change the wrong thing here? Oh. The item type is different. Right, because it wrapped it. I remember seeing that. It wraps it into a, why is it okay here? What is this doing exactly? Okay. Try using a variant with expected enum OK event. Okay, and then this one. Type mismatch resolving the output to be result unit tungstenite error. It needed to be what I told it to be. Okay, I have an inkling of what I'm doing wrong, but let me try to figure it out on my own. Based off of what try for each documentation says, let me try to figure this out myself. Attempts to run the stream to completion. The provided closure will be call for each item this stream produces. So that function passed in takes a self okay. Is it trying to tell me that it wraps the item into a self okay here and passes that to my closure? So then I just need to change this to be a result. What's self okay? It's an associated type. But what is it going to be? Oh no, it's just the successful values yielded by this future. Wait, what? Okay, I don't understand. Yeah, that's what I got, Silmeth, so far. Still trying to figure this out on my own. Try stream has okay and error. It's like stream with item equals... Yeah, so the thing is it already is a result. So is it a result with a result? Okay, let me look at this more carefully. Someone's talking on the speakerphone in the next room and it's sort of distracting. It'll run the closure if value is okay, otherwise return. So this is not what I want then. I want the opposite of this. I want to have it... Okay, let me put it back to the way it was. All right. And in order to make... Yeah, I need to have this discard... Well, this for each doesn't have the right output. So I need to discard the output, like... I can't type today. You know, sometimes you're learning a new keyboard and it just is painful. Now what's the problem? I thought I discarded it there. I don't want these problems. Oh, I need to do a oh wait. Act like that, right? No? Can only use it inside of async. Async? Oh wait. The await goes inside. Oh, I gotta do a move, right? Just move just moves your problem around, doesn't it? Okay, now I'm going down the hill of pain. I don't have a commands list smack in the box, sorry. Are you trying to implement standard into Python? No. Hey there, Doe. What I'm trying to do today is in the today command. Trying to port an existing script from Python to Rust. Hey there, Billy Bam. Okay, I'm going down the hill of pain by doing that. Let me unwind this. Let's just go back to a state of sanity. Which is that this doesn't return any result. Which means I can't do that or that. And this has to what? What am I doing wrong here? What? Does closed channel actually return something? No. I don't get it. I don't get it. I'm gonna go crazy here in a second. Do I just leave that off? I don't get it at all. Finally cut the stream? Oh. Glad you watched the stream. Hope you liked it. Smack the Box is giving me 2 more free subs. You don't have to do that, Smack in the Box, but I really appreciate it. Cheer rewards to 5 others in chat. My goodness, PogChamp. PogChamp. Thank you, Smack in the Box. Okay, let me just hit undo for a while until I get back to where I was. Oh, it was that okay there. Okay. It's this one right here. There we go. I was gonna go nuts there for a minute. Gotta support our stream. Aw, thank you, Smack in the Box. Okay. I don't know if I want to use try for each because that's the other way around, right? Isn't it backwards of what I want? If I want it to take the event and I want this one to return a result and I want the thing accepting the closure to stop early, is that what try for each does or not? Attempt to run the stream to completion, executing the provided asynchronous closure for each element. The closure will be called on each item it produces, yielding a future. That future will then be executed to completion before moving on to the next item. If any of the intermediate futures or the stream returns an error. See, that's not what I want. I don't want to stop on the stream returning an error. I just want if the intermediate future returns an error. So I think what I want is I want to turn a stream into another stream, don't I? So is there like a filter with this stream extension? Is there like a filter? There is a filter. Maybe that's what I want. Except for the next value will be produced. I want it to end early. So isn't it like filter until or something like that? Or until? Take until? That's almost right. Maybe it is fold. Actually, the stream would be exhausted after an error, right? So, no, it's not. That's what I was getting into, that infinite loop where it just never resolves. We could just keep getting the error over and over again, right? See map. I was looking at map. Maps the stream's items to a different type, returning a new stream of the resulting type. Thing is, I need it to end early. So it's like I need one of the untils. What am I trying to achieve? Here's what I'm trying to achieve. So we get an event, an event, an event, and then we get errors. So this is like the first message, the second message, the third message, and then this is just the same error over and over again. So it's the, I'm hitting the wrong button there. It's the fourth over and over again to infinity and beyond, right? So what I want to turn that into is basically this, where these are nothings. Actually, I want to... all of these actually turn them into nothings, and then that into a big nothing too, because it doesn't actually need to handle it. I want to turn that into that. By when I see that there's an error here, I just want to stop the stream, not continue to process the input stream. So I want to like do something where it either turns the stream into that directly, or like what for each does, only I can stop it somehow by returning something. So like for each is pretty close to what I want. The only problem is for each, the future output is empty. There's no way to tell it to continue or to stop. Don't stop the stream. No, different kind of stream. Do you want to handle the first error? Yes, I do want to handle the first error. That's the thing. So the try for each, I think, would just give me that, and it would stop and not let me process the error. But I want to process that error, right? Think a map with try for each would work. Not sure if there's a better way. Like if there was something like a map until, it would be kind of nice. I guess we can make one. There's take until. It's just that future isn't given the item. How do we, how would one use this take until? Wait, what? Oh, I see. It has to internally mirror the state. It doesn't give, it's not given the item. This doesn't seem very useful. Take while. Oh, here we go. Ah, maybe this is what we want. Take elements from the stream while a provided asynchronous predicate resolves to true. Isn't this what we want? So it gets to borrow the item and it returns a bool. Take until is, for example, when you have another thread waiting for a stop signal to gracefully finish the app. All right. But it doesn't, it's weird that there's a stream involved with that, though. You think map was, yeah, okay. What about take while? I'm kind of thinking about doing it, try and take while. Take while. And this is going to require that I return that the option be a bool. Right? And this would be false true, right? Only this is still not right probably because of the way I have the closure. No, shouldn't this work? You need some mutable state inside the closure so that you remember you had seen an error? No, it's just that that says, oh, I've seen an error, so stop now. Or do I have this backwards? Yeah, I had it backwards. These are both true and this one's false. Basically it says tells it to stop. But I'm still getting an error, which I'm kind of sad about. Should that just work? Please just work. Oh, is the item again wrapped? What? Oh, right. It gives me a reference. It wants me to give it a reference to the item. Nope, that wasn't enough to fix it. The trait future is not implemented on take while. What? Are you saying it's not giving me a future back? Oh, it's a stream? It's not a future. Okay, so it's not what I thought. You're closing the channel but still continue to take. Take while returns just a stream. It's like filter. Yeah, I see the problem. So, how did I misunderstand this? Wait a minute, don't I just want to then run it through, take? No, for each, right? I just want to wrap this with for each. No. What can I do with it? I can call for each on it. Can I just... What is this thing? That doesn't even work. Why doesn't it work? Oh, not the lifetime stuff again. Oh, is it because I'm not resolving it? Probably. So I'll probably get past this. Am I thinking about this wrong? Is it? Do I have this totally wrong? What is the error you listed as error 4 keep repeating on the stream? That's just how it worked. That's how it was working. That's the tungstenite thing. It never terminates the stream. Just gives you the same error over and over again. I don't know why it's designed that way. Maybe I could look into its documentation. Actually, I don't need to go here. I can go into my own error doc thing and go look at connect async. Connect async. It gives you this WebSocket stream, which then you can split. Blanket implementation. Actually, I want the blanket implementation of this. Split. So we get a split stream. And I don't know if it actually just documents how it handles errors, actually. This is where, like, the documentation leaves a lot to be desired. They say to just look some other crate to see how it works, but it's like, well, you know, what is this? What is the stream actually? How does it behave? Take a while, it's just like filter, but it ends on the first value filtered out. That's what I want, though. Can you not do stream take while for each await? Yeah, that's what I was getting to. But what do I give for each? Do I just give it a nothing handler? Because I've already done what I needed to do in the take while. Unless you're saying that, like... No, I think the problem is that this is having to borrow the event, not consume it, right? Anyway, if while we're filtering, we're doing our work, then yeah, I guess the for each would just have an empty closure. So what? Futures. How? Futures ready, I think it is. Something like that. Oh wait. No, I didn't get that right. I don't know how to do this. It's like future's okay or something, right? Future okay? Future okay? I don't remember this stuff. Closer expected to take... Okay, so I don't care about the argument. And now the whole thing doesn't work. Great. This is... Yeah. I can only take so much of this before I go crazy. It's like I'm just not getting it. Expected enum result found unit. Like, that makes no sense to me. Like, that doesn't connect to my brain at all. Okay, man, you're giving me the answer, but I need to understand why. Otherwise, I'm going to keep running into this, and it's not going to compute in my brain. For each needs an argument in the closure. Yeah, I gave it an argument right there. I don't need the argument. You back from lunch? Welcome back, Apotis. Also, hello, XY, or YX. Closing the channel, but still continues to take, yeah. Oh, it needs a result. Yeah, because this thing expected a result. How does OK work then? It takes a type... Oh, no, that's what I gave it, right? Oh, this isn't right. Why? What is that? Ready. It's a struct. See, that bugs that bugs me that I have to say okay twice. And still not right. And like the thing is, I want to understand what I'm doing. I don't want to just toss different things to try and see if it works. So I felt really uncomfortable about typing that. I did it because Liquid Plumber typed literally that, and I'm like, well, let's just see what it does. But I don't understand what I'm doing. So let me just take a step back and consider what kind of closure does it want. It wants a closure that takes an item. I got that part down, right? It doesn't matter what the item type is, but it expects me to return a future, which is a future with an output that's a unit. So I don't know if OK will work because that returns something else. Can I just say what I did before? Can I say, can you do async? And then unit? That doesn't work. Why? Because async closures are unstable. Oh, great. How about we do a move? Or do I have to say async move? Is it going to just tell me it's unstable? Yeah. Future OK returns an OK future of a result. But which we don't want. This thing specifically needs a future with an output of unit, not OK. You can do, oh, just put the async inside. Yeah, I was looking at that yesterday trying to figure how that works, and we'll just have an empty block. Okay, and then this is still, okay, now we're back to the lifetime problem. I hate that. Whenever I run into this, I think, you know, I should just go back to C++. Cannot infer, it's this thing, it's my old friend. Cannot infer appropriate lifetime for something because it outlives something else. I don't know how. Yeah, this is just a mess. I can't understand it. Okay, returns future item equals result. Yeah, which is what I don't want. Future ready. I thought I tried future ready with no argument. So that just... I can try it again. Futures, future ready unit. Oh yeah, that worked too. Did I not do that? Oh, I did the okay instead of ready. And before that I tried, there was like, it told me about a ready being a macro of some kind. All right. I'll try to remember that. Doesn't it look like the Matrix? Yeah. It looks as decipherable as the Matrix does. Handle message and run should consume self. Well, it's just borrowing self. Why should it consume self? Self is borrowed already for someone else. Oh! Strachty just gifted a sub? There it goes. There's Adol opening that chest. Strachty just gifted a sub to YX. Thank you, Strachty. And that means 5 more people in chat got cheer rewards. Thank you again. I'm not going to be able... This is just a terrible error message. Like, I don't know what lifetime they're talking about. It's some kind of anonymous lifetime. And this, I hate this sentence. The lifetime cannot outlive the anonymous lifetime. Why not? Why can't it? It doesn't explain why not. So that the reference does, I guess this is the explanation, so that the reference does not outlive borrowed content. What borrowed content? But the lifetime must be valid for the method call. Note, and then some blah throw up of expression is valid during the expression And then this is repeated again because I have 2 copies being built. I don't need the try stream extension, I guess. Hey there, Varun Barad. I'm not on the same lifetime error. It's like a ghost that keeps haunting me. And hey there, Infini. What is the lifetime of event? Event. Oh, is it because it's a reference? Because take while gives me a reference? Oh, that's probably what it is. I think the lifetime of it is, yeah, I get it. I get it. Thank you. Thank you for asking me that, Infini. Let me give you a point. That question, I think, made me think of this. So, event is a reference that we're allowed to borrow as long as the closure is run, because it's take while gives it to us, right? But because it's a future, because this is asynchronous, it's going to outlive the call to take while potentially, right? Unless I constrain it somehow. So can I constrain it to the lifetime of the future somehow? Like, can I say that lives as long as that? And that? Can I say that? That's not even correct syntax. How do I say... I think that's the problem. I can't say how long the future is going to live, right? I can't put a lifetime on the future. It doesn't let me do that. Is that RX in there? I don't know what you meant by RX. Okay, so that's not going to work. Can't put a lifetime on the future. It's just, yeah, all sorts of great sentences. Just like when you talk about Unix, you're talking about killing children. But the children are processes in a computer, not human children. Makes for some great out of context statements, right? Rate on 90, 13 months? 13. That's a lot of months. And hello, the Swiss. You need a reference count? Another one? I already have one with tool. I think I can't use take while this way. Let's back up and so take while is not going to work because it's giving me a reference to the event and I can't consume the event. I got to think about this differently, I think. So back to it working. Continue going back. Okay, back to working again. Take while works almost like an iter combiner. Yeah, so this works because the asynchronous function handle message result is consuming the event. See, it's not taking it by reference, it's actually owning it, right? And the lifetime thing I ran into before with tool, but again, we're owning a reference, we're cloning one. I can get away with borrowing the WebSocket sync because it is borrowed for the whole lifetime of handle messages. As long as we await here, we're fine, right? The problem is if any of these become a reference that is only borrowed for as long as the closure, then it's not going to work. So I need an alternative. I'm going to go back to the stream extensions to look for one. It keeps resetting my zoom level too. What does filter do? Filter again takes a reference. I need to actually have it consumed. Do I need to implement my own thing? What about forward or map? You guys were talking about using map before. Maybe that is the right thing. Yeah, okay. I can see how we do this. We can do map, and the side effect would be to handle it, and we would map it to maybe a Boolean and then go until the Boolean is false. You could try to restrict the stream by using take while. That's what I was trying to do. I don't know how to consume the message inside of the closure of take, because take while gives me lets me borrow the message. It doesn't let me consume it. That's the problem, because take while is just filtering the stream. It's not consuming the items. And I think if I did take while until first error, then the for each doesn't actually get the error. Yeah, so it would be close but not quite right. It would get me that, right? It would give me that stream, but I actually need that one. I need that error because that's, I want to actually handle it. I want to handle the error here, right? I want to do these things to it. Yeah, I want to process all the events until and including the first error. So I think what I want to do is, where was I? I'm lost. For each. Give me back. There we go. I don't want to do a for each. I want to do a map. And I need to map that to a Boolean. So we'll have this one return a set. Oh, wait. This is synchronous. This is synchronous. Actually, maybe it works. It doesn't need to be asynchronous, does it? This could be synchronous. Results in a new stream of the result type. Yeah, wouldn't this just be synchronous? It's executed in line, right? Consumes the string passed into returns a wrapped version of similar to the existing map in the standard library. Yeah. So if I just make it synchronous, would this just work? And have it this would again be I can be whatever I want. Let's say we'll go and we'll have true be the stop point. True. Okay, so far so good. And then we don't want to await it. We have to do take until, right? Take until takes a future though. I don't want take until. I want what was I just using? It was a try for each? No. Take while? Take while, right? Okay, yeah. Always return the... Okay, yeah, I want to take while. The tricky thing is that this has to return a future, right? It doesn't have to be asynchronous, though. So, but it needs to be a function that takes a done or continue. These are reserved words, though. That's the problem. I can't use these. Oh, no. Done. Take while not done, right? So if done, futures, future. Actually, don't I just do futures, future ready, not done? Oh, wait. No. I could do rContinue, that's right. Okay, what are my problems now? What problems do I have, Clippy? Future is not implemented on what exactly? Oh, take while doesn't return a feature? Oh, that's right, it was a stream. Yeah, I don't want take while. I want it to, map gives me a new stream, and then I just want to, do I just do for each and then do nothing with it? Is that how it works? And then I don't need anything with this one. So just return a futures, future ready. Oh, wait. Oh my goodness, I think I just got it. Is that what collect does? Is there a collect? Oh, there is a collect. Well, I actually don't need, I want to discard it. I don't need the output. Is there a shortcut to that? This is basically saying, just discard everything and then wait for that to finish. Something this might work. Let mute saw error equals false. Stream take while. I have the take while. For each process message. Oh, so that you would be moving the processing from the map to the to the for each, right? So this is doing the processing in the map, and then just the output is to whether or not to continue. So we have to this is to stop early, and this is to throw away the output. Source for each, that's what we started with. We started with source for each. The problem is that it will, the input stream goes forever with error. The same error over and over again. Right? I'll show you. We were getting this over and over and over again. Forever. Connection reset forever. So I wanted to, we want to handle that error, but then we want to say that's the end of the stream. The way I'm doing it right now is to map the events and we'd say whether or not we want to continue. So if we run into an error, we're going to print that error and then say we're not going to continue. We're done, right? So then we're going to, from that stream, we're going to take until it's false. No, until it's true. So we continue while it's false. And then I get an output of like a booleans, right? And I don't need the boolean. So this would be a type boolean, I think. Yeah. So it's unused. I don't need those boolean. It'll turn into a stream of these. True, 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 false. And then I don't actually need that flag after I consume it in the take while. So the take while really consumes it, so I don't need it here. So we're just going to toss it and then block until it's all done. Well, not block, but turn this into a feature that has no result. That's what async with no type here does. Collect await, you think? But collect was something different, right? Collect actually gives me a collection out that I don't need. Won't this end up making an unnecessary allocation of a collection? Oh, wait, no, it's a future. Yeah, won't awaiting this future give me a collection? Okay, let me see what that does. So you can say, you're saying I can, instead of doing that, well, actually, instead of doing the for each, I can just do a collect. But then what? Oh, that didn't even work. Did I type it wrong? No, I typed it right, but it didn't like the collect. I don't even understand the error. Trait bound iter extend bool is not satisfied. Zero size types for the win. Okay, so you're saying if I could get this to work, it wouldn't actually allocate anything. It would be just a zero size thing of 4. In this example here, it would be collection. It would be an iterator which says that there are 4 things, but they're all zero size, so it doesn't actually take memory. But why is this not working? Oh, I don't need to await. The collect does the await for me? And then terminate it. No. Cannot satisfy. Consider specifying the type of the argument in the method call. What? Oh, it needs a type of some kind. It's going to this. Yeah, I need to tell what type. So can I tell it to collect nothing? Like that? Nope. Should use let equal? Okay, so you're saying I would do... That's sort of weird. It still needs to know a type, though, it looks like. Type annotations needed. What are collection into? Just source take while without map. But the map is what is consuming the event, though. We tried take while without the map. It doesn't work because take while doesn't let me consume the event. It gives me a reference. It lets me borrow the event only. I can't use take while here. Yeah. I was running into a reference lifetime issue because take while only lets me borrow the item. It doesn't let me consume it, so I can't construct a future that can legally borrow that event as long as it needs to. Collect vector of blank. Oh, okay. Yeah, we can try that. Collect me a vector of, yeah, of emptiness. And that doesn't work. Oh, because I need to do that. Oh, there we go. But now it says probably that I didn't do anything with the result, right? Yeah, unused. Oh, I need to await that. Because... Actually, why am I awaiting? It's not that I'm awaiting, it's that I'm not doing anything with that, and this is async, right? No, I don't know why it's telling me that. Well, this is saying I don't care what it is. It's gonna be... I can say bool there too, right? That'll work too. But I don't need to do anything with it, so I can just leave it blank. Returns a future, does it? It returns a collect. Oh, yeah, it's a feature. So then I would await that feature and then do nothing with it. There we go. There we go. See, I'm getting that insight now that this is actually important. If you leave that semicolon out, what it's saying is that the output is now going to go into the output of this future. But if you say that, then you're saying there is nothing going into the output. So the result is unit, a future unit. If you don't want to allocate a true vector, then do vec. You can do that? Yeah, I can just do a unit there? I thought I tried that and it didn't work. Yeah, it doesn't work when I try that. Still myth. Oh, I would need to do map first. Okay. You know, Oh, I see. You're saying to throw it away. We're taking something and we're reproducing nothing. And that requires me to do a future ready nothing, right? And then collect nothings. And that didn't work. Close enough, though. Or do I not? Okay, that worked. There's something I'm not understanding about map, then. I thought map required a function. Oh, no. You guys are right. It can work synchronously. Okay. The fact that this is asynchronous was because this was no, that's synchronous too. Oh, I'm getting confused between map and for each. Map is turning one stream into another just by changing its type, and this is just discarding the value. Then we collect it into a vector of emptiness. Okay, I like that. I like that. So everyone was telling me to do that, right? So everyone gets points? Let me give a point to everybody who spoke in the last little bit. Silmith, type, X layer 7, man. I'll even give a point to Patatas Del Papa because you mentioned Turbofish, which is awesome. Turn Forever. Does it make the code cleaner? I don't know. What do you guys think? I could maybe I could make a function that just says throw away or discard or drop results, or I can make my own version that does all three of these things. Vector of emptiness, that's what this is. So this, I should annotate this for my future learning. So first, consume the WebSocket events. Mapping them to bools, which indicate whether or not we're done with the stream. Actually, yeah, here it is. Next, stop the stream early once we're done. Well, terminate the stream once we're done. Sort of. I should really say this is turning one stream into a shorter stream. Should I say that fully? Okay. What we're actually doing here is taking an otherwise endless stream, and producing a new stream which ends after the first error. Well, after the first done indicator is set. Yep. And then what we're doing, stop it, editor. So discard all the done flags by turn a stream of bool into stream of nothings, of units, nothings. Why is my editor all messed up right now? There we go. Discard the, well, turn the stream into a vector, which is, which ends up, actually, what does this end up being? Actually, does it allocate a vector, but then just keep it empty? Because you don't need space for those? Turn the stream into a vector, which ends up just counting nothings. Not actually allocating any memory. I think it keeps its size on the stack, but no heap allocations. Right, so this is going to end up, if we wanted to, we could look at its size, right, to know how many WebSocket messages there were, including the error. This effectively throws away, because this is all lazy evaluated, right? This actually doesn't allocate a vector of booleans or a vector of WebSocket events. It's processing them, and the ultimate result is we consume the event inside of handle message event. It produces a boolean, which we test here, because it's actually take while is borrowing the bool. We test it, and then we discard it, but we still count the number of calls, because we have to do something with the stream. Collection type that does nothing? Yeah. All right, so I think I'm understanding it. You guys would correct me if I got anything here wrong, right? Do you need to handle all the events or some events until the first handle? Yeah, we need to handle, like this is showing, I want to handle these events until we get an error. The event should say message. So we're receiving messages from WebSocket until we start getting an error. And the way that the async tungstenite works is that the stream never actually ends. We just keep getting the same error over and over again. And I found out that just by trial and error. We're getting the same error over and over again in the stream. So we want to turn that in, essentially, the first step is to turn it into a stream where it would have returned false again, which is a repeat of the fourth thing to happen to the stream. And then we're essentially turning that, or truncating that into that. And then we're turning it into a stream of nothings. Oops. Into a stream of nothings. And then we're turning that into a vector of nothings. That would be like this 4, right? Or do I have that wrong? It's one way or the other. I can't remember which side you put the size on. And this ends up not really allocating any memory because this is a 0 size, and so you don't need to allocate anything. It just holds on to the fact that you have 4 nothings. Take while does give ownership of them. No, it doesn't. A take while is borrowing the item. It's not taking ownership, it's borrowing it. The point was that this filters, it doesn't consume. It says take item elements, but then it really is just borrowing the elements. Oh, does not give, yeah. Does not give ownership. Yeah, okay, so now we're in sync. It does not give ownership, it's just letting us borrow it. Yeah. Because the output of the stream is, again, it has the same items in it, right? This stream, where do they describe this? It's hard for me to read this. You end up, the output of the stream is the input, so it's like passed through. So we're filtering, we're not consuming. Do you need to handle all events or just, okay, I already answered that one, right? Still don't understand why you need a map, not just take while. Because the take while was the take while was only borrowing, and I couldn't construct. So when I had take while here, it wouldn't work because this was not. It couldn't borrow the event the way, because this is an asynchronous. Well, it was an asynchronous. Take while requires an asynchronous closure. Right, a closure that returns the future. So I couldn't do that with that. It was I could probably figure it out with getting the finagling the lifetimes and stuff like that, but I'm not good enough to do that yet. I hope I answered all the questions. This is working now, right? I should be able to verify it works. Because I'm so confident when Clippy is okay with it that, wow, I'd ran Clippy a lot. Oh, I don't need that. Yep. So go to the top of the file. I'm in the wrong file. Go to the top of the file. Delete that line. I'm used to new keybinds. That's why I'm slow. Think of take while like iterator filter. It's meant to notify the stream, not to do work with the contents. Yeah. So that's what we're doing now. We're following that spirit of doing our work in map and using this to know when to stop. And then if we had results, we could use them, but we're just throwing them away. All right, let's see if it works. Okay, but it didn't stop. So it didn't quite work. It should have stopped the stream there. Oh, we never told it to close. So it got an error. It stopped processing, but there's nothing to tell it to close, so the sync is still running. So, does that mean that I need to do close here too? I think it means I had to do a close on both. No. This won't work. This won't work. I'm still missing something. Verified doesn't work. Oh, it does work. Interesting. I didn't think that would work. Is that... It's going to the inner and stopping... Okay, that's probably what it is. It's stopping the sync when I do that. You can press F8 to go to the next problem. The next problem where? Sorry, man, I lost the context of that. It says take while allows the first error to come through. No. Take while doesn't let the first error come through. It would stop it at the... Yeah, so technically it turns that into this right here, right? We'll actually get that out. That's the map. The take while does that, right? We don't get the when it turns false, we don't get that first one. Here only take while and for each. Let's look at it. Next warning like use statement. Oh, I see. All right, got it. I'll remember that for next time. Your solution prints OKs in the first errors. I run the thing. Got an first error. Okay. problem is that this message and this message are the same message, right? So I'd have to split my processing between detecting an error and consuming the message, right? I can't actually consume the message in the take while because we're just borrowing it. And that was the problem with my closure. I can't do that. I couldn't get this to work with an asynchronous closure. Because remember, like, this has to ultimately be, actually, no, it doesn't. It's asynchronous. Oh, no, no. To use that with take while, it has to be asynchronous. And the moment I do that, then I have borrow issues. So we did a take while, just filters out and finishes the stream before each does the processing. Yeah, so I'd have to, my closure would have to not consume anything. It can only borrow, right? No, it can only, how does that work? I'd have to reorganize handle message event, right? So that to get around the issues with lifetimes. Oh, inlining it? Right. Probably helps the compiler figure out the borrow issues. Yeah, maybe. I don't want to inline this because it's quite a long thing. Although I'm going to work on cutting this down a bit because I don't like this double match. See, let scene error. Oh, right there. Because that gets captured here. Got it. Actually, where do you use that? Oh, I see. It's like a delay unit. Yeah, this is a delay unit pattern where you delay that for one more time and return it on the second time. I got it. Yeah. So it's extending take while to go one past where it should, where it would normally end. I got it. All right. Good job, Silmith. That's permanent, right? I can save that for later. Or semi-permanent. Let me say here, Silmith's solution for processing stream with just take while and for each. There we go. Yeah, I think I'm okay right now with the handle message doing both the processing and the filtering. But it's good to know the other way, right? If I wanted to split the processing from the filtering, I would do take while to do the filtering and for each to do the processing, which makes sense to me. All right, as long as it makes sense. The primary goal here is to do things. The primary goal here is for it to make sense for me, so that when I try to use Rust in the future, that I know what to do and it makes sense. Has it really been another hour? Wow. It's already 3 hours into the stream. Okay, we got the errors handling. Connection reset. So, wasn't there like extra information out of that error before? Yeah, I wonder if I can get that message out. I can, right? In here. I can ask the error for its message. So turn this into a format, I guess. Connection reset. Error.mess. How do I get the message out of that? It's not kind. There's a message in there. I don't know how to get it. Is it just printing it like a string gives me the message? Let's see. Items count. Oh, there we go. That's neat. I like that. Let's save that. Let's check this in. Into the Rust branch it goes. All right. So this is work in progress, making admin tool asynchronous. So this was properly handle errors by reporting them and stopping. Well, correctly reporting them, terminating the source stream early, and well, disconnecting. It's not disconnect. What is it called? Closing the WebSocket. Closing the WebSocket sync. Yes. Actually, let me review that. Did I make any mistakes? Commented out lines. The reason why I do false here, not true, is because that naturally stops the source, and I don't have to terminate it early like I did with an error. I wonder if I should comment that. I should probably, because I'm going to look back at that and say, why is it true one sometime and false the other time? Okay. Closing the source triggers the close handshake, which will terminate the stream naturally. So we don't need to indicate that the stream, that we're done with the stream. It actually allows us to process more messages that come from the server before the final close. Whereas this one, closing the source here only terminates the sync. Since the source has an error in it, it will continue giving us the same error unless we terminate the stream ourselves. Yeah, that's what I'm going to say. So F5 that, amend. What else do I want to say here? Oh, I'm being rated by Adam. Adam, you caught me mid git commit. How are you doing, Adam? Hi, Carson Pet. Hi, Endorn. Wow, that's a lot of cacti. Hi there, Ed. Hold on. What? No. So one of my kids asked if they could show off an arm cannon in my stream. But, yeah, we have a rule against kids showing up on stream right now. Let me, you're gonna give it to me? No, that's okay. We'll do it maybe next stream. Well, I got 10 bits from Julia. Wow, thank you for the bits. Yeah, you caught me mid git commit. Let me get this git commit done and I'll explain what I'm doing. I know. You know an algorithm for that? Git commit.lengths divided by 2 equals... Oh. Actually, what I'll do is just I'll commit that and I'll get back and amend it again later if I need to fix it up. Well, welcome people from Adam's channel. Adam, I hope you had an awesome stream. And what I'm doing here is some scary asynchronous Rust stuff. So this is in the guts of a tool that I have been making into Rust, which is previously Python tool. So this is the game that I've been working on. One of the elements of the game is some admin tools that are run in a command line to do various tasks. Like one of them is to count the number of items in the game. So right now I have it set up so that it breaks on purpose to make sure we handle errors correctly. But I had this tool working in Python, and we're porting it to Rust as a way to kind of get practice in writing Rust, because I found that Rust is a very, very steep learning curve language, especially when you get into topics like asynchronous tasks. So, for example, the syntax looks kind of weird when you want to do things asynchronously, and let me find the right starting point here to explain what we're doing. Where would be a good place to start with? Probably near down here? Yeah, so this is when the game is, when the tool is connecting to the game, it's connecting via WebSocket, but we're connecting through an asynchronous form of a WebSocket. So we have to do weird things like either await or block. This is another way you can do an await until we get the WebSocket open. Or if there's an error, we would panic. That's what unwrap does, right? And then we're able, because it's asynchronous, we're able to split the WebSocket into its source and sink halves, and do things like, this is adapting a multi-producer single consumer channel around the sink so that we can send messages from different places in our code, and it all gets serialized and sent to the server without any kind of collisions happening. Let me catch up and chat a little bit. Stream was good. Gotta go forage for food. Good luck, Adam. I hope you don't starve. Enjoy the rest of your day. Why would you use Rust over Python, Java, or $? You did mean $, didn't you? It's like a hidden joke about Microsoft. Microsoft only in it for the cash. Just watching an old stream on YouTube, didn't know that Rust standard string literals ignore indentation. Do they ignore indentation? Huh. Repeat, hydrate. You got it. Thank you. C# is Java. I think it's pretty close to Java. Am I done with that conversion? No. In mid-conversion, I decided I would learn Rust, because that's the perfect time to learn a new programming language, right? When you're in the middle of a complex database translation or migration. But what is the answer? I don't know. So yeah, what we're doing with this WebSocket, fundamentally what this tool has to do, why I'm using asynchronous, is it has to do two things at the same time. So one is we want to receive messages from the game server and handle them. So handling them might be to send a response back to the server. Or it might mean to do nothing. Or it might mean to end the program. So there's some logic we need to figure out. But while at the same time that's happening, we're also monitoring the local file system for changes. And if we get a change, we might send a message to the server if something changes. So the fact that we're sending stuff to the server from two different contexts, and that these contexts need to happen in parallel, led me to wanting to do asynchronous operations, and we're doing this all in order to learn how to do it in Rust also. So that led me down the path of setting up an asynchronous WebSocket connection. I haven't yet done step 2 asynchronously. Right now that's still being done. Actually, it's not being done at all. I have the code for it, but it's sitting somewhere waiting for context to use it. But because asynchronous code is a lot different from synchronous code, we have to do things a little bit differently. So the structure of my program changed a lot. I wrap the sync into an MPSC, multi-producer, single consumer, because I know that ultimately we're going to need to be sending from two different contexts. And we can do that with this special kind of unbounded stream thing. This is a little magic line which says, take the receiver end of that channel and every item that comes through it, wrap it with a result, which is always okay, and then forward that to basically pass it along to the sync stream, which we got from the WebSocket. So everything that we send into the sync TX is going to arrive out the RX wrapped with a result, which is always okay, and then sent to the WebSocket, which is going to send it to the server, right? So sync TX becomes our way in to sending messages to the server, and that's what we use here. Unbounded send is because it's an unbounded channel, or basically saying, here, take this text message, and send it to the server through this channel so that it gets serialized and synchronized with anything else that might be sending to that same TX. And here's another task that might be doing that, right? Whenever we're going to be receiving messages from the server, we might need to send responses. So when we handle messages, we also have to borrow this sync transmit end. So the handling of the messages being sent to the server and the handling of the messages that come back to the server are two different asynchronous tasks. And this is the line where we're going to sit most of the time. This is where all the waiting happens when the tool is running. It's basically the way asynchronous tasks work in Rust is you set up functions that will do stuff, and they don't complete immediately, and they don't have to complete in one shot. They can be in a loop where every loop it lets you yield the processor to do something else. So what this join is doing is looking at these two futures and saying, well, is either one ready to run yet? And whichever one is ready to run, it'll call it until it yields to the CPU. And then it goes back to consider them again. And this will not return until both of these futures are done. So there's a way for a future to signal that it's done. It's where it generates an actual output. Until it generates an output, you're constantly polling it and waiting for it until you're ready to poll it again. I won't go into the details of how that works because that's part of the learning curve. And if I had to do it, so do you. Just kidding. I just can't explain it because I'm not an expert at it yet. I can only give you a hand-wavy explanation. How a request response is coordinated. The requests come in through this handle message, so it's going to go for first. We're going to map it because we might need to decide whether or not it's we should actually drop it or not. And if we don't drop it, we're consuming it. So the event goes into this handle, and we say, well, if it's a text message, then we're going to consume it this way, which is to pick it apart and see, is it an auth challenge? Then we handle it. Otherwise, we send it to our concrete tool. But in a sense, as we're processing an incoming message, we can decide to send a response at any time. So the sending and the receiving are completely decoupled. Like I was saying before, the sending to the server is done by this future, this asynchronous task, you can think of it as, and the receiving of messages and handling of it is in this one. And because they need to coordinate, we use this unbounded multi-producer single consumer channel. You could think of it as like a funnel where requests to send messages to the server can come in from any different thread or context or task, and they come out one by one to go through this map and to this forward function to end up being sent to this sync, which is going to send back to the server. So it's not that we're cloning the transmit end, it's just that this data type, this multi-producer single consumer, lets you borrow multiple times the sync transmit end, and then every time you borrow it somewhere else, you can send something. So this unbounded send does not change the sync. You can tell because there's no MUT here. There's no MUT. There's no dogs present. Just kidding. Unbounded send doesn't mutate the sender end, which means that we can borrow a reference to the sync and send it everywhere, and anyone can call unbounded send. The multi-producer single consumer, the whole point of that is to synchronize, to serialize. The messages come in from different places, and they each get put into a line, and they come out in line out this end. Discovered Rust Playground has Vim bindings. Neat. That's cool. I wish it had the bindings I use in VS Code. Anyway, I seem to have killed chat, so I don't know if it was the quality of my voice has put you to sleep, or maybe I over-explain things, or maybe I'm just answering all your questions and you're like, I'm so overwhelmed, I have no questions. Whatever it is. Yeah. I put 715-209 to sleep, apparently. Quite soothing. Oh, thank you. The current task I'm actually done with. We're handling errors correctly, so I need to remove the code that I had in here. Right. This is to sabotage the signature check so that it breaks it on purpose. Let me verify one more time that it does handle errors correctly. Thank you for the follows. Raimu got the host. I did. Hey there, noob for lunch. How are you doing? I've lost count of the number of people I need to wave to. So when I get rated by Adam and other streams that are over 100 people, I stopped doing the personalized waves because it would just be taking too much time. So we're handling errors correctly, which is good. So now I can stop sabotaging the error handling, or stop sabotaging the signature step so that we send a valid signature to the authentication, let the tool actually do its work, and count the items. There we go. I'm doing pretty well. How are you? You already said you're doing well. I have a tendency to do that. You get into the bouncing back and forth. I'm good. How are you? I'm good. How are you? I'm good. How are you? Does Rust have reasonable ways to simulate things like connection errors for testing? I don't know yet. So I've just been sabotaging my own program by, like, you know, corrupting the signatures I send back to the server to induce the server to disconnect from me. There's probably a way to do it. I just don't know how to do it myself. Probably the way that they would handle it is rather than me going to a real WebSocket like this, there's probably a way to make a mock WebSocket server. And then we would just talk to it like as if it was a real server, but then we would control how it behaves. So I don't know how to do that yet. So right now I'm just testing with my own production game server. So I want to move on now to the scripts thing. So sync scripts. It's still set up to use the Python. Do I want to change that now, or I can just manually run the Rust version, which is target release scripts Primus, and then it'll say sync, right? And then we have to give it a directory, right? Path required. I don't know why I'm typing this. I could just be copy pasting, but I don't guess I didn't think of that. Okay, so the point of this script, the script, is it gets information downloaded from the server saying what the SHA-1 digest is of every game script. And then it's going to sit there and monitor the file system. And if I were to change a file, which I think is broken right now, but the goal is if I change one of my game scripts, like this script, I just randomly changed that 20 to a 21. This should have said, we saw that you changed that file and we're going to upload the change to the server. Right now it doesn't do that. It's just handling server messages. Like if I type in chat test, you'll see unrecognized chat message. That was the first band you ever saw in concert? Well, it's just Primus Secundus. It's Latin for first. Since my game is Omni-Iranian, which is Latin for all worlds or all realms. So that's just the name of it. iNotify. I think under the hood we're using iNotify. Depends on the OS. So I need to now fix that. I disabled that code, the file system polling, because it was synchronous. Yeah, we're using Notify Watcher. I think it pulled it off to the side and put it in this other stuff. Where is it? There's an other stuff. And it's synchronous right now. So I need to make this asynchronous and call it at some point and then merge it into the work that is joined here. I think that's what I need to do. So let me change the current tasks to reflect this. I also need to take a break. Let me disable this for a minute. I'm using a little tool called WorkRave that reminds me when to take a break. And I'm going to postpone that a while because you guys just rated me and I want to get some work done to show you what I'm doing. We're done handling errors. Now we are making FS events async. Well, I can't fit this into that one line. Actually, I can use a fourth line, right? File system of making file system of events asynchronous. There we go. Hydrate. Thank you. Quick, hydrate fast. Wait, but did I miss 2 other hydrates? I missed another one from Nui. And I missed one from Man as well. There, I have fulfilled all the hydrate requests. Okay, go back to this. I think ultimately what I want to do is I want to give the tool a chance to provide me a future to do other work. So, question is, can I make this async? I don't know if I can do that. This result, do I need that? I think I do. We'll have it like we'll keep the return value separate for now. Whoa, what'd I do? I just hid everything. I hid everything. I hit oh, I hit the desktop key. Dang it. You saw my background for a while, my picture of Hawaii. Yeah, sorry it took me so long to notice. And now I've also I hid all my windows by accident just now. Trait is like an interface, yes. So you can think of it as the specification for all objects that would work in a certain context. So, for example, in this context, this message called this function called handle message, the second argument here is a mutable reference to some kind of type. It could be anything, but the restriction is that the type has to implement this trait. So it has to have these 3 functions. And there are certain other things that here imply different things, like the dyn implies that we don't know at compile time what the concrete type of this is. So there's going to have to be some runtime, I don't know what you want to call it, like extra information at runtime to know what the concrete type is, whether it's a vtable or some other kind of pointer, we don't know. Maybe if you were interested in the implementation of Rust, you would care. I don't really care at this point. It's just that this is saying we don't know what the type is at compile time, other than that it's bounded by, or it has to conform to this trait, vtable. Okay. Yeah, it's the devil is in the detail. The devil is in the details, right? So, but as a beginner, you can just accept the fact that probably what you have in mind as an interface, that's what a trait is, until you learn more specific, concrete things. Basically, until you hit the learning curve, aka the big wall in Rust, like I did. Okay, can I not specify that as async? Functions and traits cannot be declared async. Currently not supported. Here we go. So probably in the future, this will work. Consider using the async trait crate. Well, what if we just have it return a future for us? So this would be returns an implementation of a future's future, which has an output of nothing. This doesn't work. Why? Oh, we can't put that there either? Okay, so what if we just box it? We'll box a future, right? So we don't know what kind of future they're going to give us. They're going to give us some kind of future. And then the default implementation will be box new futures future ready. Like that. That'll work, right? Need something like box time future? Yeah, exactly. See, I figured it out. Excuse me. Took a break while arriving at an ownership chapter. Still need to do it? Yeah. Ownership isn't so bad. The hardest part for me in Rust has been closures and reference lifetimes. Do I have that under my weaknesses? My weak points in Rust. Understanding when and how to use lifetimes, how to properly declare and use closures, avoiding multi-borrows, and committing to memory all the helper functions which go along with option and result. Also goes along with that is futures and streams. Options, so I could actually add this along with option, result, stream, future. Well, actually, let's keep it at stream, etc. There we go. Lifetimes, yeah. You'll learn about lifetimes in Rust as the way that Rust compiler makes your code safer by tracking how long references last. Whereas in other languages, it's up to the programmer to have the references and pointers last long enough. Rust is very strict about it by default. You can, of course, just turn it off by marking all your code as unsafe, but we try not to do that. Later with other runtimes, you'll probably need pin box die in future and construct with box pin future. Yeah, I don't know pinning yet. So maybe add that to my weak points. Well, it's not a weak point. It's just something I don't know yet. I can add it to the list down here. I don't know. I don't really know when to use pin. I don't. I can freely admit that. It's okay to admit your weaknesses sometimes, right? Hey there, Mr. Balrog. Did you hear about the optician that got himself into the lens grinding machine? He made a spectacle of himself. Nice. Don't you understand why lifetimes aren't taken care of by RAII? The biggest thing is when you have multiple references and the way the programmer designs a function that has several arguments that are references, you kind of know how long these things are going to live, but the compiler doesn't always. So sometimes you have to step in and say, well, hey, compiler, these references will all last at least as long as any of the other ones. Or you might say that self lasts longer than these other ones, right? So there are ways that you use the lifetime syntax to tell the compiler what your constraints and requirements are, basically. Same thing, right? Constraint is a requirement. Don't forget the break. Yeah, I need to do a break. Do you need a CS to be a successful coder? No, you do not. So, for example, you could go to freecodecamp.org and just spend weeks and weeks just getting a lot of practice there. There's a lot of tutorials and a lot of wiki articles and blogs there. And you could take that knowledge and put it to practice, and you could be a successful coder. You don't need a CS degree. Tutorial hell? Yeah, so if you don't like tutorials so much and you'd rather have a teacher or a mentor, then a CS degree is one way to become successful, because the whole point of the degree is that you've proven that you can pass certain tests, right? So if to pass those tests you needed help from a teacher, getting the degree would be a way to get it. Where can you buy a mentor? It's called a college, 715209. They're called colleges, also called universities. You can buy them for a limited time, usually 4 years. No, it's more like you're licensing the mentor for a limited time. It's okay if you post the link, is relevant but not self-promotion. Okay. If it's relevant, yeah. Teach yourself CS? I haven't heard that one. Which, oh, that's interesting. Bradfield School of Computer Science. I'll have to look at that later. It looks legit, but I don't know. Thank you for contributing. I'll give you a point in my stream, which doesn't really mean much right now. I'll give you a second one. But points in my stream, you can't do anything yet, but in the future it might let you manipulate the stream overlay or have extra access in the game I'm making, that kind of thing. Did you all put always your glass, or just when you... I have to wear glasses all the time. I have astigmatism. I wouldn't wish it on anybody. It means I can't read anything without glasses, near or far. I've needed that since college. All right, where was I? I need to take a break, but first I want to... I want to get the file systems stuff in here. I want to at least get the definition in there doing something, even if we don't call it. So let me copy this over. Oh, why is scripts having a problem? Oh, because it implements the other stuff. Okay, so we changed that, right? So it now returns a boxed feature instead of a result. So yeah, I just want to, right now to say that the feature is now? No. Oh, this doesn't loop. Oh, right. I wanted to turn this back into a loop. Yeah, okay. What did I have? I guess I can go back in the history and look. Actually, can I just compare it? Or just look at the main branch and then I can see it? There's a way to do that, right? I can do tree, and then I can go to tools, Rust, admin tools, source, scripts, and I can look down in here and what it does. Okay, there's the watcher. Where's the actual loop? Aha, there it is. No, that's not it. Wait, what? Oh, that's not it either. Oh, shoot. I have to go even further back? I think this is what I want. Pardon me while I find my code. There it is. So I need a loop. Okay, instead of... So I unwrap to get... Okay, I got it. I unwrap. I'm going to move the match around. So we unwrap and then we do a loop. And then we match the... let mute watcher? No. Receiver? Match receiver receive? Yep. And then indent that. There we go. And we don't get a try. We don't get that one. Okay, and then if we get to the end, this will do futures, future. Actually, it won't get to the end. This could break out though. So we could do this break. And that ready. No output. There we go. That doesn't work. Why? Oh, I need to box it. Okay, so box new. There we go. Got it. In a granny voice, keep hydrated, boys. Cheers, Nathan. Thank you for all the follows. Can you give negative points? I hardly ever do that. But yeah, I can take away points. Used to not see from far, but wearing glasses now you can't see when it's in front of you. Oh, yeah, that happens. It's called getting old. Yeah, I have to get the progressive lenses too because I couldn't see clearly what I was eating. I would like to see what I'm eating, please. Okay, what's wrong here? Oh, we're borrowing the state more than once. Wait. Wait, what? What? Immutable borrow happens on Oh, 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 oh. How did this work before then? Oh, I can't. Okay, that's a problem with handling its own state, right? Can I just leave that up for now? I don't actually think I need this mutex anymore. I had this when this was in another thread. I think I can just get rid of this. Right now, let's oh, I need to pass it. Okay, I need to fix this then. This is the structure I want though, and I basically gonna start with it just goes until it just goes forever and goes until we get an error. And then the program will not terminate early, and then we'll have to put some code in there to have that happen. Why do you never put spaces between variables, loops, etc. in a function? What do you mean? Here? Variables, loop, etc. in a function. New lines? Why do I never put new lines between variables in a function? I don't understand. You mean like that? I guess I don't understand. Can you have minimum number of points? Would that be negative infinity? Like to split the variables and loops. Oh, why don't I do that? I don't know. It's just a personal preference. I don't have, there's no cognitive load for me to do that. For some people, it might be cognitive load to have them together, but this eases it a little bit because this clearly delineates that here we're doing one thing and here we're doing another thing. You might further do comments to explain these different things. I guess I don't need that for this case, but I mean, it doesn't hurt. I can actually be specific here. We are, this is what I would do. If I commented, I usually have a break there. Obtain exclusive access to our state. This is a relic of when this code used to work. Need to use a separate worker thread to do this. Okay, and then this had to be by reference because it was an option, right? Okay, so unwrap, well, get to the file system, get to the receiver end of the file. What actually is this thing? Is it a channel? Oh, it's an MPSC receiver. Okay, so get to the receiver end of the channel used to receive file system events, and then process events forever unless we get an error. So there I would have space because it just, for me, it's always looked weird to do that. That, for me, is cognitive load because it's hard for me to see where the code begins on each block. I consider these like the comment goes with the block of code. So if I had a second line here, let foo equal 42 or something like that, to me, this comment goes with both those lines. If I wanted that line to have a different comment, I would have another blank space and then a comment here. This is foo. Or the answer. This is the answer. 42. Okay. I think I will take a break at this point because I'm going to need to come at this fresh to, I need to overhaul this to remove this mutex that I don't need anymore. This is a relic, like I said, from when this code ran in a worker thread. Now we're not running in a worker thread. We're running it in a future. So it doesn't need to be multi-threaded anymore. And also, I don't think anything else grabs this. Actually, that's not true. Maybe I do need to leave the mutex in because our handle message might be called and we need to get to the same state. And if it's called from another thread, this would be a problem, wouldn't it? But anyway, even if I'm not removing the mutex, I got to figure out how to borrow the state twice. Yeah, this is complaining because I'm borrowing the state on 374 and then trying to borrow it again on 378. And then trying to borrow it a third time, it looks like. There's an immutable borrow here, and then that gets borrowed again there. Yeah. Anyway, I need to take a break first. Is it worth using feature instead of another thread? Used to mono-thread and working with Node.js, but isn't multi-threading a good thing? Multi-threading is a good thing if you want to use all of your CPU cores. If you don't care, like in this program, I don't really care that much. I could probably get away with a single thread. The futures is good for basically the part that was in this comment here, where we did the join. Basically, we're specifying certain things we want to do when we can, and saying just do them when you can. Both of these end up blocking, right? This blocks until there's something to send. This blocks until we receive something from the server. So rather than having to like ping pong back and forth, blocking on both of these and waking up when either one is ready and then going back to blocking and have to do a loop, the futures is a way to kind of let the framework do that for us. It's basically saying, here's some work that might be going for a while, here's some other work that might go for a while, and try to do both of them. You know, whichever one's ready to do first. It only really works for tasks that are going to block a lot. And when you learn about asynchronous Rust, they talk about this, like the futures you set up, they shouldn't be CPU bound. They should mostly just have a lot of yield points or places where they're waiting for something else to happen, and then it works really well. Otherwise, what happens is, like, say sync future is just going to busy wait. You'll never get to source future because sync future is just going to consume all your time. Illegal use of break statement, please help. Well, stop using the break statement. Apparently it's illegal. How are you doing? Krivtos? All right, I need to take a break. This will be a shorter break, though. I'm only going to be gone for like 3 minutes and change. I'll be right back. Hey. Yeah, so in my program, I'm specifically using features executor block on, so it's going to be single threaded the way I've done it. But I do need to keep that in mind that these, like this shouldn't make an assumption that the feature we return will be done on the main thread. We should remove those assumptions. Yeah, right now I'm using the block on in features executor. You implement a stream for a notify watcher. That's cool. All right. Maybe see that later. Yeah, I was gonna say I'd like to try to do it myself. Because you know, one problem with those with that stuff is I can't just steal your code. Yeah, it's your code. You copyrighted it, right? You'd have to release it as open source before I could even consider using it. But yeah, the other thing is I kind of want to try to do it myself because I'm getting the learning that way. All right, I need to fix my problem here with the state. Let me get a little bit easier to read error message here. Cannot borrow state as mutable because it's also borrowed as immutable. Okay, so we're borrowing state a few times. Okay, so we're borrowing state to get the receiver, and we're using the receiver here. Okay, I kind of see that problem. Because we could end up changing receiver while we're borrowing the receiver and state to receive a message. So how would I structure this differently? Really, I kind of want to just take it out of... I don't even want this to be part of the state. It doesn't need to be in the state. I think I just put that there because I have a habit of just adding stuff to state. It doesn't really need to be there, does it? Where do I even fill it? I fill it in here and start watching file system. Where do I call that? I called it here. Right, when we're processing a message. So sure, we want to start watching the file system. Wouldn't I just want to make the future here at this point and stuff the watcher into it? Should try the new Microsoft Terminal that's in preview. Much nicer than the Commander. I've heard good things about it. I'm actually not using Commander, I'm using conemu, but I get your point. I know a few streamers who tried it and liked it. I know another streamer who tried it and didn't like it because it was missing a feature that they wanted. Right now I'm comfortable with the one I have, but yeah, if I run into something that I have trouble with in conemu, I definitely consider Microsoft Terminal, also Commander. That's what I usually do. Like when you see me running git GUI, for example, or this git k tool, right? You might think, well, why not use something neater and newer and flashier? Why not use something like GitHub Desktop or something? For me, the reason usually is this works for me and gives me all the things that I need, and there's nothing that's missing from the tool. So when I make commits, I use git GUI, and this thing has everything that I need so far. Except for the one thing that I really don't like about this is that there's no dark mode. If someone were to give me an alternative git GUI that does everything I want with dark mode, I would definitely consider jumping to it. But if, like for example, if you told me about a newer and flashier git GUI that also had the same problem with not having a dark mode, I probably wouldn't use it because I don't gain anything. There's nothing that I would want that I would gain. Does that make sense? So right now I'm okay with conemu. So moving to Microsoft Terminal wouldn't really be a gain for me because I'm not looking for anything different. Gitkraken does? Yeah, that was the problem with Gitkraken is it's not free. Also the same thing where Gitkraken doesn't give me anything. No, it wasn't that. It gives me everything. It gives me the dark mode, but the problem is Gitkraken had a few things that were missing that I needed too. What about Sublime Merge? I don't know if I've tried that. But does Sublime Merge also provide everything Git GUI does? Can it do commits? Can it do staging and unstaging of hunks and lines? I would need all that stuff. Yeah. I figure there's lots of different options out there. Pick the ones that you like and do what you need. It can? Ooh, neat. Okay. You have to build in Git stuff in VSC. Yeah, well, that doesn't work for mono repo, which is why I made the Mugget. Because it doesn't work in VS Code for sub-projects for me. Yeah, I wrote my own, yeah. I can write my own VS Code plugin or maybe fork the source control thing. See, this shows me changes, but only changes in the root repo. If I were to go to like my HTTP client library, for example, and change something there, let's just say I put a comment here, hello. This will never show up here because the built-in Git doesn't understand that this file is in a Git repository, which is in a child folder. Have I used source tree? Yeah, I use that on my Mac. But what was the problem with it? It's not as ergonomic. Well, that's not the right word. I'm not used to using it. There was some other problem on Windows too. I forget what it was. But I do use it on my Mac, and mostly because the Mac didn't have Git GUI. What am I making? You just join the stream? I'm, in general, working on this multiplayer game that I've been making mostly from scratch. Today, it's exercising newly acquired knowledge in how to write in the Rust programming language, and trying to apply that to something with respect to the game. And that specifically is this tool that I have. Actually, it's a couple different tools, but easiest to explain is this tool called items, which connects to the game and counts the number of items in the game. And it's a small, compact tool, relatively easy to port to Rust, and so it's just testing out programming in Rust by taking a piece of my game and porting it to that. CRLF and ILF. What's the question about? Oh, I don't know if source tree, if I had a problem with line endings. I don't think it was that. For good things about Rust, but not tried it, it's memory safe. It's like C or C++, but with a lot of extra rules. So there are rules on when you can use references and pointers and when you can't. And also it's got like a lot more expressive and complicated generics than C++ does, right? Arguably. I don't know if that's actually true. So, a C++ master would probably say you can do everything in templates and metaprogramming in C++ that you could ever think of doing in Rust, and I wouldn't be able to argue that. Memory safe low level bastard child C++ and OCaml. I guess that sums it up, right? Anyway, let me close this guy. This is what Rust looks like. Sometimes you'll see weird things that don't look like any other language, and some things will look more familiar, like this is obviously a function, right? This is a hint that the function is actually tied to data, so it's a method. And if you were to guess that, you'd be correct, because here's my structure. Whoops. Try that again. How come I click, it doesn't go to that same... That's just confusing. I guess I'll just scroll up. This is the name of our structure. Our data is described here. One thing weird about Rust is that you define your data and your methods separately. I kind of like it, but there are things about it that I don't like. The fact that we have to list our variables, and then again when we make an object of that type is kind of weird. But then again in C++ you kind of have to do the same thing too, right? All the cool kids seem to be writing Rust these days. I think it's influencers in the community are influencing other people. So, for example, I'm looking at Rust today because, I don't know, what does my command say? Many viewers asked me what I thought about it, or suggested I learn it, or say it's the next great language. Also, I had a few fellow streamers start coding in Rust and then say, hey, Reimer, you should try out Rust. So I'm like, okay, everyone's telling me to try Rust. I should at least see what it's all about. But I really like the fact that it's fast and memory safe. And what I don't like is how hard it is to learn. Try a sip of water. Thank you, 715209. No, it wasn't Adam. It was Chris Griffin, author of Stream Parrot, the overlay above my head. He's probably streaming now. He's been doing Rust with WebAssembly to make web apps. And yes, you can use Rust in the browser through WebAssembly. It's pretty crazy. Okay, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to restructure this so that other stuff really just returns a future we've already constructed. I think I just want to move all this. We're still going to unlock and unwrap our state because we need that here, but I shouldn't need it for the watcher itself. So let me grab... Let me think about this. Can I define this in our state and then just pull it out? Take it out? Hold on. Move it here, into here. Can I just call it other stuff? Let me think about it. Do I need to box it here? I think I do because I want to transfer ownership, right? And I don't know what the type is. Yeah, so hold on. So then, actually, I can't name it other stuff, can I? It's going to be ambiguous, isn't it? Also, I want to make it an option so that I can move it out. Actually, do you need to option a box, or can a box be empty? I think a box can't be empty, right? So I do need to option it. So other stuff is none at first. And we would make it when we decide to start watching the file system, I think. Yeah, right here. So instead of doing self that, I'm going to remove this, actually. Do I even need the file watcher? I don't think I do. I think we're going to wrap it all up into that future. So I'm going to just remove these two. Remove file watcher and its receiver, and then I'm going to move the watcher into a future that we put into the other stuff. So I'm going to say self dot other stuff equals box future. So box new, and then we'll make an asynchronous watch file system. So that would be yeah, can I just make a watch file system and give it the watcher? And it's got to capture the state too, right? So maybe it would be... I don't know if I can do it this way. Option box has the same size as box due to null optimization. Box can't be empty, yeah, so I need it to be option, yeah. String from hydrate, thank you, man, I needed that. I forgot to mark the other one as complete too. All right. Saw something weird happening with my timer, but it seems to be okay now. All right. This isn't quite right. Who calls start watching file system? Oh, here we go. This one has access to this state. Right. So we've already locked it at this point. That's too late. How am I going to do this? Oh, but we have self. Okay, I got it. We already have self. I can, I have access to self state, which is an arc mutex. Okay, I think I got it. Do I have to mutate the state to make a copy of that reference? I don't think I do, but maybe I do. I was, yeah, like the command says, I was at a job for a long time. Now I'm doing consulting when I get the chance, which hasn't happened too much. But I might be picking up a job soon, which might disrupt the stream schedule. But yeah, otherwise, when I'm not doing consulting work, I do this stream, which basically is to try to turn some of my hobbies into self-employment. But we'll see how that goes. If nothing else, I am just providing entertainment and helping maybe to teach while learning new stuff and keeping my skills sharp. All right. Yeah, can't I just pass in self.state again? .clone. And then that becomes another reference to that. So self, do I even need self? I do to store the future, but it's going to end up having a reference back to itself. That's okay, because it gets pushed into the future. It's weird things you can say when you're talking about Rust, don't you think? So this is the state. So then I can box. This is where I'm going to make an asynchronous thing. So box new, and we'll make a call to an async function here. So what does watch file system need? It needs this. It needs to grab. It needs to own the state. It needs to own the watcher. There. Sync function. So this needs to actually be moved outside. Why am I doing sync? That should be async. Watch file system. This guy. And this guy. We're actually mutating it, aren't we? And I need to move this completely out of here. So into the clipboard we go. And I guess I can put it anywhere, right? We could put it at the end. Or the beginning. I don't know where to put this stuff. I can't decide. Where should I put it? Maybe I'll just leave it in there, but make it an associated function. That's probably better. Actually, yeah, because then I can just say script state : And then this has to match the future, right? Oh, I have to box it too. No, I am boxing it. Features output. Yeah, it doesn't. Why doesn't that work? Oh, I need to say sum. I understand that error message. That makes sense to me. Okay, good. What does the systems architect do? Oh. So the word systems architect could mean a couple different things. It could mean that you're just designing a larger system. It could mean that you are kind of picking what frameworks are going to be used or what technologies. It could mean a lot of different things. Usually it's It's a role where you're working together with people who implement and people who test, right? And where you're splitting up the roles of development to different people. So the architect would pick the frameworks and technologies and how they fit together, and then a designer would come up with the concrete interfaces between them all, and a programmer would implement it, and then a tester would make sure it passes acceptance testing. All right. Specialize in designing overall systems with specialization in cybersecurity. Okay, so I gotcha. I think the hardest part of describing what a system architect does is that it could mean a lot of different things to a lot of different people. But you, in general, would have to have a lot of background and experience in the space of what you're architecting, right? So if you're designing cybersecurity systems, you'll have to know a lot about the ins and outs of cybersecurity, but you might not need to know specific programs or libraries. You would just need to know like what kinds of attacks need to be mitigated, what needs to be protected and what doesn't, in the kind of a broad overall sense. That's what an architect would care about. Architect wouldn't quite care about exactly what version of what library you need, right? They only really care about the very top level. You still need to get into the details because they're important, but it's more of like I don't know how to describe it. See, it's tough for me to find the right words. Hopefully you get the idea. All right, this is going to warn me that I'm not using it, which is fine. But otherwise it's going to compile. What do we have down here? A compiler error? Oh. I don't need that, do I? Oh, no. This is the other stuff. Okay. I'm going to move this. Right, so other stuff is just going to return... it's gonna get access in order to return it. So I don't even need to say this, right? Actually, this is the contents of the other function that I made up here. That goes here literally. And I need to just say state lock unwrap. And then we don't need to say that because we have the watcher directly. So receiver equals watcher. Oh, wait, I'm missing something. How did we get that from the other guy? Oh, no. Did I already delete the code? How could I delete that code? Can I just get the lens of what I changed here? Sure. Where's the code I deleted? That's not it. It's not it either. Was that it? No. It was this. Okay, so I still have that code. I see. I didn't grab the TXRX. So I need the RX and the why do I need the watcher? The watcher in the water. I don't even think I need the watcher. I just need to hold on to the receiver end. Okay, so then this. So I had the wrong variable. I need the RX end of it, not the watcher. This is a receiver debounced event, which I probably have here. Yeah, right here. That goes there. Does a watcher get destroyed? This is not watcher, this is receiver. Does a watcher get destroyed when I do this? Do I need to hold on to the watcher also? Or is this enough? What does my dev environment look like? Is it just running locally on my Windows machine? I have a Linux box too, but that's only for convenience to build the code for running on AWS because it's a Linux virtual machine. But yeah, otherwise everything's just one Windows machine. Lead principal dev is a sweet spot for you, high enough to do design but still writing code. Yeah, that's where I was in my last job. The problem in my last job, I think, was more that the organization I was in kind of got out of sync with me on what I should be doing to contribute to the company, and so basically, at one point they said, "Oh, we don't really need you anymore." Do your code changes get deployed to your Linux machine automatically? No, I never bother without automation because I only do it infrequently. Well, my workflow is mostly that I have as much integrated into VS Code as I can, so it's all in the extensions, right? So for C and C++, I use that popular extension along with CMake tools, and for testing, I use Test Explorer UI, and there's a plugin for that which has a nifty new name, and I always forget what it is. I always have to scan through here to find it. I don't see it. Where is it? Testmate. There it is. So my workflow for C++ is to use those extensions I just showed to define the build system, where all the files are and where all the tests are, and so that I can just hit F7 to build, like that. So this is building all the C++ code, right? Oh, that's because I was toying around with one of the files, right? So all I have to do is hit F7 to build, and then to test, I just open up, I'll wait for this to finish, just open up this little beaker here, and it gives me all my tests, and I can just click these buttons to run them, right? Or I can go to individual tests and show me the source code for that. And they're convenient buttons for debugging, right? So that works for a lot of the test-driven development I do to build up C++ C libraries. I don't need much, nothing, I never leave VS Code for any of that. Where I do leave VS Code is where I want to have to run it in production or in the staging area. And that just because I'm lazy, I just set up some batch files that I run in the command line. So I have a special folder called secrets because I have secret keys in there, and I'll run any admin tools from that directory, or if it's not something in production, if it's in test, I just have scripts that I'll run, like w update rvs will let's type that out. It's just batch files that will copy all the files to a special staging directory, and then there's another one called wserve, which just runs the game on where it's served up as localhost, so the client will also go to the same computer. And so I just run that, and now it's running my game, and I can connect to it just like I can with the real game. I can go to oh, that's right. I don't have a production deployment. I don't have a deployment of the test client, so I usually run that on another with another script, which is in here. I just do npm run. So I leverage, is it not npm run? npm start. I just leverage the Node.js for the front end because it's in JavaScript, React, Redux, and all that. So it's easy enough. If it's a simple command to start things up, or 2 or 3 commands, I don't bother automating it anymore. I just open shells and run the programs I need. So now I can just go to localhost. And oh, it's probably been a while since I've connected to the game locally, so I need to tell to go to. I need to okay the self-sign certificate and then try again. So go back to here. Now it'll work. So now I'm connected to the game that's running in this window. So if I'm monitoring the cluster, it's all green. Hit Control C, it's all red. start up the game again, and after it loads, the client will auto reconnect. So yeah, the workflow for testing is all self-contained in VS Code, but when I'm running with a larger system, it's just a bunch of either batch files or a combination of shells. One shell runs the server, the other shell is running the build, the automated build system for the client, which is based on React. Create React app is what I use to start that guy. So that's my workflow in a nutshell. When I want to package it and push it into production, I had to boot up my Linux box, and there I just run manually on the command line the cmake command to build the code file, and then I upload it. It ends up showing up, where is it? It shows up in versions. Oh, I guess there is no version here, so it's blank, but and I actually, the way I run the game in production is the same way I run it in the test. It's just that I run it through SSH with a what is it? You run the screen command with in a terminal, and it makes a detached terminal. And I run the game's start entry point, which is this OmniArena program, which is the coordinator of the game. Screen. You don't like Screen? I love Screen. Thank you, Master Balrog. Screen is awesome. Make a detached terminal, reconnect to it a week later, and it's still running. Tmux? I don't know anything about Tmux. See, for me, Screen works well enough, so I never needed to learn anything better. With auto restart and crash, the coordinator handles that. So the way I've broken up my system on purpose is I knew I would have a lot of bugs. So where do I have that? Under Notes, System Architecture. So I put as much as I could of the backend into this program called the Realm server for two reasons. One, it's running the bulk of the code, so any bugs, 99% of the time the bugs are in the Realm server, so that's the thing that crashes. The other reason is I want to run multiple instances to have redundancy, so that when there does crash, that another server will have a copy of the state and it'll keep running. So the 1% of the code that would give me a problem if it would crash and is responsible for restarting the code when it crashes is called the orchestrator, and that's the thing that I run. The orchestrator is the program OmniArena. It is the program that I start, which then launches each copy of the Realm server and monitors them. So if any of them crash, the orchestrator will restart it. If I change the version of the server, the orchestrator will kill the old version, update the code, and start a new copy. So I have hardly ever had my orchestrator crash because it's a very small program. It does one thing very well. It knows how to start and monitor and stop the Realm servers. And so I just run it in a screen detached terminal. Works fine. Yeah, kind of like a health checker. It's not perfect. Sometimes the Realm server will get into an infinite loop, and orchestrator won't be able to tell. Because right now, the way the orchestrator does a health check on the server, it just sends it a ping message. And if it gets a pong back, it's like, okay, you're good. So what I could do is have the orchestrator, in addition to pinging the servers, it could also be like asking the operating system, how much CPU load is that instance pushing on the system right now? And if it reaches 100%, we could kill it and then auto restart it. Yeah, and it, like C17R is saying, like, a lot of the stuff I envision putting into the orchestrator, I might as well just use systemd for it. So if there was a way with systemd to do what the orchestrator does, I would just drop the orchestrator, just use systemd. Or I thought about having systemd run the orchestrator, which then runs the game server, but that's sort of redundant to have systemd run the orchestrator because it doesn't crash. It's long running already, so I'm just lazy. I just run it in a shell that I detached using Screen. So yeah, there you have it. That's my workflow and my architecture, and I don't need to see that anymore. All right. I don't mind these little diversions. I hope you guys don't mind either. I need to fix this though. So watch file system is already asynchronous, right? So I don't need to box that. I just return ready. No, I don't even need to do that. I just do that, right? And then we need the WebSocket. I need that. Right, so watch file system, we need to include the, so start watching file system also needs to be given this WebSocket sync. I need to borrow another reference to that. Can I get away with borrowing a reference, or am I going to need to reference count that guy? Let's see if I can get away with it. So the idea would be to pass a WebSocket in here and see if I can borrow that reference. I don't think I'm going to be able to get away with this, but we'll see. So if I could do that, then I can pass it in here as well. And then capture it in the future. This is what I don't think I'll be able to get away with. Yeah, it doesn't like that. Yep. Need static lifetime for that guy. So, yeah. What's this? Oh, I don't need this other stuff anymore, right? Yeah, right. The other stuff is just going to box and return the feature we already have. Hold on. There's a problem here in that we won't have the where is it? We won't have this. We won't have filled in the other stuff until this point. So I kind of need to have it set up early that we wait until we need to watch the file system, right? That we need to watch the file system. More reference counted? I don't know, which problem should I fix first? I need to fix the chicken and egg problem with this feature needs to be set up sooner. Or the other problem, which is, how come I don't see it now? There were two errors, weren't there? What am I thinking? It's, the last edit right here. So the problem of, yeah, what I wanted to do is is not box it, it's just going to return the, self dot. Oh no, we need to lock it. I do need to lock it. So undo. I need that. Come on, can I click that? Jeez. Need that line in order to do state dot other stuff dot take. Did that not work? And then unwrap. And it's this unwrap is the problem, right? Because what if it's none? So right now it's going to completely break because we won't have set up the other stuff in time. I think what I'll do right now is just, we'll solve one problem at a time. This doesn't need to be mutable? Oh, interesting. I think I'll solve the problem of the WebSocket sync first. Press F8, panic. Press F8. Yep, gives me that error. We do need to let it keep a reference, don't we? Longer than it's going to be borrowed for. So I do think I do need an RC. But it doesn't need to have a ref cell in it, right? It can just be an RC. So if I just said standard RC, that would be good enough, wouldn't it? If I go to this and say, here you go, here's your reference, and then here as well. And then here. Oh, here we can just borrow it. So here I can say, wait, how do I borrow it? Is it just ref? Oh, can I just do a ref? Yeah, that worked. And the same thing. Okay, so here it needs to be a box coming into this thing. All right, it makes sense. And then here and here we can borrow it. But now we're transferring it in to start watching the file system there. Okay. And then here we're borrowing it again. No, we're not. This this needs to be a box right here. Okay, see the design changes percolate around, and this is a problem because it doesn't match the trait, right? Yeah. So that means I need to adjust the original trait, handle message right here. Okay, it's gonna percolate all around, right? Because we didn't have a box or RC for it here. We'll need to make it. Actually, and this isn't going to consume it, is it? Oh, I messed up. Can you clone if a reference count if you borrowed it? Can I do that? Where would I be doing this? And why is this not working? Oh, that needs to just borrow it. No? Wait, what? Oh. Yeah, here, that's the problem. This can't consume it. It needs to borrow it. Yeah, I didn't need to change this, did I? It should just be that. All right. Yeah, I'm making mistakes. I'm making mistakes. Yeah, this shouldn't be, yeah, can I do that? Can I say that and let it clone it if it wants one? Time for more water? Yeah, probably. Hey there, MC Asko. You did modify an e-note, man. Good for you. It looks like I can do that. Okay, so this needs to be that. But again, we don't want to make a new reference every time we call it, so just want to see if we can borrow the borrow the smart pointer. Here, though, this can consume it. That there. Nothing else takes it after that, so that could actually take it. And yeah. yeah, we could just... It could just own that. And then, I can then put it into a reference count. So let WS equal standard RC new WS, and then let it borrow it. There. So far, so good. All right. F8 is my friend, man. I should give you a point for getting me to do that. 71 points, man. You got a lot of points. All right, so this doesn't match because I changed the trait. Yeah, it changed to this. Yeah. Just grab that into the clipboard. All right, so far so good. I got one more problems in the other tool, so I need to grab that, and mismatch types. Okay, and this is scripts, right? Okay, we're not consuming it there, we're just borrowing it. Where's the error here? It's kind of nice that you can just have Rust lead you around your code to fix everything. You just get the errors. Errors move around until you get everything done. Okay, so we're borrowing the sync there, and this one wants to own it, so we don't want that. Oh, actually, no, we do. Here I want to do a clone. Right, get its own reference. And that works with one warning. Unused. Oh yeah, we don't need that because we made our own copy of it. Interesting. So yeah, I don't need other stuff to actually give a WebSocket sync, which makes sense. So that gets removed. All right, I think that solved the WebSocket problem. But we're gonna have problems where it's gonna panic because we won't have set up the future correctly. So let's run cargo build release. You just had the idea of having just a data struct, a trait, and impl block of the trait for mutex struct, not the struct itself. That's fun. Yeah, it's a little bit too advanced for me. I have trouble understanding what you mean. But proceed. See, this is gonna break, right? No, the items is okay because we don't have, it doesn't do anything with the other future. Actually, did I even remember to do anything with the future? Join. Oh no, I never even called it. So this running the scripts thing will just do nothing, right? How do we get a script updated message? Oh, it went and updated it. Yeah. I should change it back. Yeah, so it doesn't monitor the file system yet. All right. The future can wait until later. I know. You know, that's actually one way to interpret my frustration from the last few days. I was struggling to understand why am I getting borrow issues with futures, and the answer always comes back to the future waits until later to use the references that it borrows. So that means its lifetime has to be longer than the call to get the future in the first place. All right, so I need to now incorporate in that other stuff and call it here, right? So spawn a test for handling incoming messages. We actually want to have the other stuff run first, right? So I can do that right away. Set up, well, yeah, essentially it's allow the tool to do its own stuff concurrently with the processing of the WebSocket. So that is here. We would say let tool future equal tool work future tool other stuff. I don't know what to call it yet. Right now it's tool dot other stuff. Can I say that? Oh, I need to borrow mute other stuff. Right, and then we get back a boxed future. So I'm going to want to unbox it, right? As mute? I can't remember. As ref. Can I just put it into the join? Tool. It's not going to give me a suggestion. It's tool future work. It's probably because it's wrong, right? It needs me to unbox it. Oh, see you, Karsten Pet. You have a great weekend. Getting used to Snake Case? Yeah, I'm getting used to it. Yeah, I was just not sure, like, do I, the future I get back, it's in a box, right? This is in a box. Do I have to get a reference to it to use it here, or do I just dereference it like that? It doesn't like that. Is it because of this? I don't understand here. It's giving me a weird error that it can't find it in that scope. Is it because it's a macro? It's going to give me an obscure error because it's a macro. CLS cargo clippy. I think it just doesn't know what to do. Did I not spell it right? You're right. I didn't spell it right. Thank you, Liquid Plumber. No one else caught that, right? Thank you. All right, now what the error is. What is the error? Dying core future cannot be unpinned. Required because the requirements of future for box. Okay, so I probably have to start understanding how to do pinning, right? Okay, the trait unpin is not implemented for a future. I think I just need to pin the damn thing, right? Or do I just need to mark that it has to have the unpin feature or unpin trait? So do I just need to say to other stuff that it's not only a feature, but it also has unpin? And is unpin a generic? No, it's just a trait. I can't say that. Is it? Oh, I have it in the wrong place. Plus unpin. Okay. And then I have to say that in the implementation of other stuff, I'm sure, right? Okay, but this is a problem now. Oh, sure. The other stuff needs to be an unpinnable feature. Okay, and then the problem moved down to here. Cannot be unpinned. Okay. I can't unpin it by myself. I probably have to use pin, right? The trait unpin is not implemented for gen future. Whoa! I don't quite understand this. Is it telling me that an async function doesn't implement unpin? I think that's what it's telling me, but I don't know how to fix that if that's true. Maybe unpin is not the correct thing to do here. Back to the original problem. I think the problem might be that I'm trying to store the future to use later, and it doesn't want me to do that. It can't do that. This is the problem, right? That this is giving me back a future because it's async, but it is pinned. It's not going to let me move it into a box. I don't know. Let's look up what I need to do. Rust. Store future to use later. Or I can alternatively search based off of the error message I get. Future cannot be unpinned. Rust future cannot be unpinned. There we go. Someone else has had the same problem I had. Rust async await on a boxed future. How can one await a result of a boxed future? Exactly. Let's see what they have to say. According to implementation, boxed features only implement future trait when the future inside the box implements unpin. Since your function doesn't tell that the return value implements unpin, your return value will be considered as it doesn't implement future. Therefore, you'll not be able to await it since your type is basically not a future. Wait, what? Oh, test. I see. Adding explicit type boundary to the signature works. Type boundary. Oh, that's what I was doing. I was adding the unpin. But if you are using features as a helper function named box future, you can use boxed future without explicitly stating unpin. Okay. Thank you for the follows, by the way. So, should I try the boxed future? Boxed future. Box future, not boxed future. Oh, it's pin box with a send. Okay. So how do they suggest I use it? Do I need to say static? Okay, let's try it. So our other stuff is an optional box future from futures. Where is it? Future? There we go. And then it didn't like that Y. Missing lifetime specifier, so I have to say static. Okay. And then down here where I make it, it's just box pin instead of box new. Got it. And then this didn't work. Why? Oh, because it can't be sent between threads safely. Oh, the unbounded center can't? Huh. Okay. Oh, a lot of errors because of that. That's a different problem, right? That is in the common down here. Yeah, this type should be box future. Futures, future, box future, pin. And this should say static. Why is this still a problem? Oh, this should just be, hold on, how do they do it? It's just result instead of that. Okay, got it. Result. No, it's not result, it's just the type. It's just that. Okay, so I had the type totally wrong in the other place too then. All right. Makes sense. So this is not a box feature dyn futures output, it's just that. Optional boxed feature with no result. Okay, nice. So still the pinning is a problem. This is wrong, so this should be features, future, box feature. Static, empty. Right? I get that right? Yep, I got it right. Okay, and now what's the problem here? I think it has to do with the sync. Yeah, that's the only problem now. Down to one problem. Right, so the unbounded center can't be sent. So I could just not capture it. I had before where when we call it again, we can give it the sync. How many times the word future has to be on a single line? That's why most people do use future, use futures. You can see I'm notoriously what's the right word? I don't use, so I'm fully qualifying everything, and that's mostly a technique to just try to memorize where these things are. Use arc or local box feature. You think I have to? I was wondering if I could just pass in the sync separately. Because we pass it, we have it available. This other stuff, I have that available. Actually, this illustrates the problem that we can get a future before we even have the socket. I think I need to pass it in once we get it, right? I need to get it, and then right here, give it. Basically, let it share it. Sync tx. Right. I need to give it. I need to let it borrow the unbounded sender there, and maybe even reference count it. We'll see. I don't think I need to reference count it because it's immutable. You can use it immutably. I'll change it all to arc. I don't think I need to send it if I do it this way. We'll see if I'm wrong. So the idea is that we also let it borrow it here. And the default doesn't need it, so it would just go unused. But then here we would need it. F3 right here. Common. So I think what I need to do is wait until here to construct the future. So I can't store it. I can't store it here. I can't do what I was doing before. I can't do that. I have to do it down at the bottom. Okay, which flips the problem back around. I need to hold on. I need to give it somehow give it the state in the RX. I guess I could make a closure. I can make a closure that holds on to state and RX. Why don't I do that? So this would be an optional how do you do is function mute? Actually, it doesn't even need to be a function mute. It's a function once. Now you know why I have that shortcut. Why are we letting it borrow the reference? Because I don't want to have an unnecessary reference count. It only needs to borrow it. It doesn't need to. It doesn't need to add a reference. Then I avoid an unnecessary clone of the reference count. Okay. How does FN once work? It's parentheses, right? How did I get here? I don't know. I figured how to write these. That's how tired I am already. Yeah, I think it's because I haven't written it yet. Can I just cheat and look at something that's already written that does it? Like back here, maybe? I can look at for each, just cheating here to see how it's written. Oh, it is parentheses. Okay, so this is wrong. It's parentheses, and then it's the types, right? So the type here would be the WebSocket, right? I think so. And it gets to... It's going to get given... I don't know if this is right. And it has to return... It doesn't have to return anything, actually. Wait, what? Oh, this has to be a dyn. And this is common. I need to box that, don't I? Yeah, because to fit into an option, we have to box it, I think. Are you saying I don't even need it? Well, I need to... Sometimes when it borrows it, it needs to actually clone it. So I have a few places where I need the clone. Right here. I need to clone it there, so it needs to be an RC. If it was just borrowing the sync, I wouldn't be able to clone to make a reference out of it. Yeah, I didn't really want to get into direct references until I get more comfortable with it. I'm not comfortable with licenses, you gotta remember. I'm gonna be avoiding not licenses, lifetimes. My weaknesses include Understanding when and how to use lifetime. So I'm trying to avoid these until I get better at them. Actually, I should say I'm trying to be careful about them until I get better with them. So if I can avoid with maybe a small penalty in performance, so I can avoid it for now, I'm not going to use a reference and worry about the lifetime. But I do want to go back and, you know, of course, make it right. Again, my order of operations. Make it work first, then make it right, then make it fast. Okay, this is completely wrong now, right? This is also wrong. Okay, I need to box a new closure, which doesn't return anything. Yes, okay, so then the closure here... And why am I pinning? I don't think I actually do. So here what I need is a closure, because I need to close, it's going to be given the WebSocket, and it's going to close on the state and the RX. So I'm going to have it move in here, and it's going to, can I just do that? I think I can do that. Except for that is asynchronous, so that won't quite work. How did I want this to work? I think I wanted, yeah, I needed to delay making the future. So this is the synchronous part, right? But I wanted that to be asynchronous because it's going to be, actually it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't need to be asynchronous right now. So that works. I've captured and boxed. I've captured and boxed a call to watch file system based off of the WebSocket that we're going to be getting later. So I don't actually need that here. Right? So start watching file system. It makes sense. We wouldn't want to clone it there. Yeah, we're not going to do it there because that has issues. Okay, and then when we need to return a future, I want to take that closure. I want to make a new future that calls that closure, that uses that closure, basically. Using the state and the WebSocket. And the WebSocket is the argument. I don't actually need the state then. No, I need the state to get the other stuff out. Okay, so can I just say let closure? Is that a reserved word? No? To do. We're okay so far, right? No, there's still an error somewhere. There's all this other error first. What's the error here? Expected. Oh, did I not box that? I never boxed that. Okay, I need to box it. I need to box the sync TX. I can do it here, right? Box the WebSocket sync so that it can be shared with the tools closure. Tools, other stuff. I need to find out a better word for that. Other stuff is sort of a silly name. Let's just say so they can be shared with the closure provided by the tool to do its own work. Box. Need more boxes. That's right. So let sync tx equal box new sync tx. Box it and then share the box. Oh no, it's not box. It's reference count. So it's move the WebSocket sync into a smart pointer. Reference counted smart pointer so that it can be shared with the closure provided by the tool to do its own work. So that's standard RC new. And then, yeah, I need to do the same thing here. We need to share it with both. Actually, no, I don't want to share it. I want to clone it, don't I? We want to give them their own references. This one can take the original, though. That's fine. So, this... What's wrong there? Whoops. Why didn't it... Oh, because it... Yeah, okay, let me think about it. Can it borrow it and then it can clone it internally? I guess so. Because it might not need to clone it. So borrow it and clone it if you want, basically. This one is going to borrow, is going to consume it. So this needs to be, actually, I can... No, it's shared. So this needs to remain inside of an RC, standard RC. Whoops. Okay, and then where I use it here... Okay, so I don't need to do this anymore. We were already reference counting it before anyway, so now I don't need to do that. That's kind of cool. And we have 2 warnings that they're just unused. Right, because I'm not done with that one. Okay, so cool. Everything's working so far. So then, what do we do with this closure? We want to call it asynchronously. So can I just do this? Can I say async and get rid of this line? Can I say async closure WebSocket? Will that work? I didn't think that would work. Mismatch types. Return type is different. What's the return type of 1? Okay, one's a future, the other one's a pinned boxed future. Oh, I need to box and pin this one, so I need to say futures, future, box. Wait a minute. How did they do it? Here? Box pin. Box pin. This stuff. Well, thank you for that follow. I do appreciate it. Hopefully you're enjoying the stream. Let me know if I can answer any questions. Or not suck so much. I'm trying my best not to suck. Okay, that is a parentheses. And this almost worked. I need to clone that. That's the problem, right? I need to clone it. Not close it. So it can have one of its very own. Okay, now the whole thing doesn't work. Because of a whole bunch of crap. What did I do wrong? What did I do? What's the type of the closure again? Yeah, oh, reference. Oh, wait, no, the type is wrong. No, that's all right. This is an unbounded sender, right? Okay, we'll get a more detailed error message here. So this seems to be the workflow with Rust for me, is try to write what I want, have the compiler slap me around a little bit, and then either I run away or I kind of take the hit and then know when to duck the next time. So when the compiler's coming at me, I'm like, oh, no, I know I need a box there. Oh, I need a reference count there. That seems to be the way of Rust. Okay, cannot be sent. Okay, that's the problem. Is this what you guys were saying, that I'm going to need an arc? Man was saying this like 10 minutes ago. I'm going to need an arc instead of a normal reference count because it's being sent between threads. It might be sent between threads because we're box and pinning it. That's what it is, right? And change your box feature to local box feature? You think that'll fix it? I mean, I would just like to understand why I would. So if I maybe look up local box feature and understand what it is. Local box feature, there we go. What does that do? Box feature, but without the send requirement. Okay. Right, but won't we want the send requirement eventually anyway? So we can get this to work, but it'll be only work with single threaded, right? So then find all box features. This used to work where you can just do that and it would put the text up here. Is it really only in 2 places I need this? All right. Local box feature. Done. Yeah, this statement, right? I can accept that that's true, but my brain has not yet formed the internal associations and connections to make this something I just know. I don't know that. Like, if you were to like give me a pop quiz and say, is RC send or not send? Is ARC send or not send? I would not be able to pass that quiz because I have not internalized that or why. So I could memorize that fact, but for me, it doesn't stick. Memorization doesn't stick. I don't remember. I memorized the first 100 digits of pi. I can't remember more than 6 or 7 of them anymore. For me, what works better is if I understand why RC is not send and form those connections in my brain. Then I would be able to say, my brain would come up with, yeah, of course RC is not send because of blah, 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 right? That's what I want to get to. So for now, I can just accept what you're saying is true, but I don't know why. They should just ask instead of responding. It's just that for me, like, I need to get the why. So what helps me the best, I think, is if you know the why is easy enough to put in a chat message, that's perfect. But if the why is more of an explanation, then it could be like, if you want to know why RC is send, go back and read the Rust book. And I'd be like, okay, I must have forgotten that section, which is probably what it is, right? Probably RC is not send, and it's explained why in the Rust book, and I need to go reread that. Ask yourself, what is send? Send allows you to take an object and transfer it to another thread, but I don't know that well enough to... I need to go reread that again, because I'm not exactly sure what that means in Rust. RC is not tagged as send because there isn't anything preventing race conditions when counting the references. So a race condition is solved by an atomic operation or a critical section, right? To me, the word send doesn't fit with that. But that might be just because I'm a newbie at Rust. Maybe for me, send should equate to atomic and or critical section, but it doesn't right now. Exactly why there's a type. Yeah, I know atomic RC, but it's the disconnect in my brain is between the words send and the word atomic. In my brain, that those two aren't associated with each other. Send and atomic, no association between them. So I need to form that association through just reading the book, just practicing, and after a while, I'll make those connections. I'll be like, I know what send in Rust means, the following concepts, including atomic access, etc. So it's a process for me of internalizing it. So it's not enough for me to get the answer right now. It's like later when I want to repeat the same process, I'll be back to not knowing anything if I just rely on answers given or memorized, unless I had a perfect photographic memory, which I don't have. Okay, now this has an error. Where is the error? I should just learn to hit F8. Cannot infer appropriate lifetime. It needs to be static lifetime. Okay, we can fix that, right? I can just say it's static lifetime. In the box. In the closure, right? It's complaining about this not necessarily having a static lifetime, right? I'm guessing. I don't know. No. Oh, wait. I need to clone it before I do async. That's probably what it is, right? I think that's what it is. I am cloning it before I go into the future. I need to clone it first. So what does this actually do? Okay. So I can pin a synchronous call? No, that's not going to work. I think I do want to say, like, let WS equals WS clone. And then let it take ownership of it, right? There we go. Fixed it. See, I didn't need to mess with lifetimes. I just needed to make sure I make my own WebSocket reference first, and then I can pin an asynchronous call to the closure. Look, no warnings or errors. It's still going to fail, though, because it's ultimately there's going to be a panic because it's going to try to use the WebSocket before it's ready, right? It's going to try to use the closure before it's ready. Did I not build it? I didn't build it. I'm getting tired, chat. I don't know how much longer I can go. I need to eat lunch. It's already 2:30 in the afternoon. I need to drink more water. Yeah, see, it doesn't panic. It panicked because it tried to use it before we actually could set it. So I think what I need to do is have another future wrap it where it waits until it's told to monitor the file system and then monitors it. Midnight there? Wow. Terrible fate of all developers, going up in bash history for longer than just retyping the command. Yeah, sorry about that. I just get lazy. The answer is to create a variable lock there and match that variable instead? Ah, I see. Well, ultimately, we needed to clone it, and we're only borrowing the WebSocket, right? So the problem, I know how to escape. I know what to think of at least whenever I fall into this trap of what I was doing before. I can tell you exactly what I was doing before. We were borrowing this WebSocket reference, right? And I was using a borrowed reference way inside here, inside of an asynchronous future, which is going to live way longer than this other stuff call, right? So the solution is to do this, which basically says we're not going to, essentially this is a kind of a capture, right? We're not going to continue to borrow this WebSocket in this future that we're returning. Instead, we're making our own reference. So we're leveraging the fact that this is a reference counted smart pointer to make another one. So we're not cloning the WebSocket sync, we're just making another reference to it, and then we allow that one to just be moved right into that future. So its lifetime is essentially static. As long as everything is static scoped, it can outlive the function call. See, I can almost teach this now, just kidding. Everything we capture in the future is going to be held longer than the function call. So anything we borrow here, we can't use here because it would outlive these borrows. So I make my own reference and make sure we only use things that, so we're owning the closure and we're owning the WebSocket here. We make sure we own the closure by taking it out of the option, and we're owning the WebSocket because we made our own clone reference of it. Okay, and now I need to do a little bit more, right? Because this other stuff, when it's called, it's going to be a none. And I don't mean like N-U-N, I mean an N-O-N-E. It panics exactly here because it's not ready. We don't have the other stuff set up yet. So I think what I need to do is another level of future where we have to wait for this to be filled in. So you know what I could do is I could make this operation to get the closure itself a future. Right? I could do something like, let's get our things that we need, And then let's assume other stuff is a future, and then we'll wait for it inside of here before we call the closure. So yeah, so if other stuff is itself already a boxed future, then we can chain them. The thing that bothered you for a few hours now, instead of debug printing the path buff and on local script editor, you could use the display method on it. Oh, really? I just was... this is just naive, right? You're saying I can just do that, right? Yeah, that works. Well, actually, no, it didn't work. It doesn't implement the display trait. That's the problem. PathBuff doesn't implement the display trait. Probably what you're thinking is I shouldn't be using PathBuff, I should be using something more generic, right? That can handle the display trait. Path.display. Okay, there's a path.display, and then do that. So why did they do that? Is that because this transforms it? Oh, that may contain Unicode data? Oh, but what if it doesn't have Unicode data? I kind of would want to see that. That's why I have it pretty printed. What if the path has got non-Unicode characters in it? This will correctly show me those non-Unicode characters, right? Whereas if I did that, isn't it going to put in the Unicode replacement character? That's what they mean by safely. Yeah, the replacement character. Maybe that's actually what I want. If I'm going to print it, but then what does this do? What does that do then? Does that not do the same thing? Or does that actually panic? Will that panic with a non-Unicode path? I guess I could look up PathBuff and see. Where would it be described there? It would be described in its debug. Is that using the debug trait? Where would I find that? I shouldn't look in the source code. I should look here. PathBuff. It implements what traits? Debug. Let's see what it says. Go to the source. What does it do? It didn't go to the right place. Clicked source, and it took me some random place. Okay, what do I want to look for? I want to look for FMT. FMT. It's not here. Okay. It didn't work. It's very, very nested. Sorry I didn't get into that side check. It's in the doc block. It's derived. Oh. I see. So how does that work with, how does the derived debug work with, does it force it to, does it convert it to a string? Is it coerced to a string or something? Does it end up doing that? Will it display, but what does it do with the invalid Unicode? That's the question. If we know that that this will replace invalid Unicode with the replacement character, then what does that do? Does it do the same, or does it panic? My guess would be it's one or the other. If it does the same thing, then I can just leave this the way it is. If that panics on invalid Unicode, this would be preferable because this would safely replace it with the replacement character. So maybe this is probably what I want anyway. I'm going to guess the other way panics. Try it, but that would be hard for me to do. I'd have to be able to create a file on my local file system that has an invalid Unicode sequence in it. You think it could panic because it docks it safely? Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. It kind of implies that doing it this way would panic if it wasn't valid. So yeah, I guess you're right. Sorry. Well, it's Erald. It's been bothering you for a few hours, so it was worth sidetracking to fix. I'll give you a point for it too, because I need to learn that stuff. It's interesting. It's all interesting. There are a ton of things I need to learn, and that's one of them. Okay. And down here too, right? I should be replacing all of these. All of these should have display in them. Something I've learned now, right? Now I'm training myself that if I want to display a path, that I want to use the is it the format trait? The display trait. I want to use the display trait and do that to safely convert it. All right. What I think I need to do is other stuff needs to be more than just a boxed closure. It needs to be itself a feature that we set up really early. So then that means this changes a little bit more. Do I still box the closure? I don't think I need to. Okay, where do we set it up? We set it up right here. The whole reason that I made it a box closure is because I needed to delay actually constructing it until we have the WebSocket. So I still need to do that. But then I could wrap that into a feature, couldn't I? A feature that takes the WebSocket as an argument. So instead of a closure, we just make it a full-blown feature. Wait, then when do we call it? Here? I think so. Because here's where we actually called it. Okay, yeah. This'll, like, if I can get this to work, I'll be really happy. Because it'll be like a highlight of my day, as opposed to yesterday where I just got frustrated the whole day. And the day before, which was worse. Okay, what I'm going to attempt to do is have a boxed future, right? Actually, I had that before, didn't I? Didn't I have a futures... Future? Too many futures. Okay, that's not quite right. Oh, the common had the exact thing I wanted. Yeah, I want one of these, don't I? Local box feature. Option local box feature. But this one... returns nothing, right? I think that's right. No, I'm thinking about this wrong. I need to capture... fundamentally, I'm storing that there because I want to capture state and Rx. Oh, right. But instead of boxing a new closure, I would actually just invoke an asynchronous function, wouldn't I? And that's what all this already does, isn't it? No, it's not. It's asynchronous. Okay, so... I mean, it's synchronous, so to make it asynchronous... How to do this? It's hard for me to wrap my brain around this. Why isn't it just implement on path outright then? My guess is that it... oh, wait a minute. Kimundi says... display just delegates to the impl for path itself. Probably because they wanted you to have a choice whether or not to actually get a different... Probably because... I'm gonna guess it's because the debug printing, when you do that, that syntax implies that you're not changing the value, but for an invalid path, you have to change the value when you display it because you got to replace a character that's invalid with the replacement character. So they're probably just, they don't want to break the convention of that not ever changing the data or not presenting an altered view of the data. So basically, it would preserve the fact that it is, in fact, I bet that's what it does. I bet it doesn't even panic. I bet you what it'll print out is it'll print like an annotated version of the string that actually has the words invalid UTF-8 sequence at whatever column, rather than actually replacing with a replacement character, because the debug is supposed to tell you everything about the state and not hide something like that. That's my guess. So it's not that it would panic, it's probably print something different out. Now you guys are gonna make me want to test this out. So construct an invalid string. I'll leave that as an exercise to the viewer. Construct an invalid UTF-8 sequence, put it into a path buff, and then try to use it with the display trait. See what you get. My guess is it won't panic, it won't use the replacement character, it'll do something else, like it'll give you detailed information about why it's invalid. That's my guess. All right, I might not actually be able to do this right now in the current state. Yeah, I need to hydrate a little bit, maybe. Rehydrate. Bonus points for putting that into valid Rust syntax. All right. These closures and futures are weird because you have to think about them inside out. I need to think back to the order in which things happen. The first thing that will happen is up here, where we know... No, take that back. The first thing that happens is we're told, hey, give us a future for you doing your own work with this WebSocket sync. And what I have to say is, okay, in my future, I need to first wait on another future to get the stuff. So actually, let me just pretend that this is giving me... This is something I can wait on down here. So, state I can consume here, right? So I can say, can I... This just borrows state to get the closure. So I can do this, right? I can say state.otherstuff.await. And that gives me back the closure. No, I don't need to... No, I do need to await it. I need to await part of it. I can say closure equals that. It won't be able to give me the closure until later. So I'll get the closure and then pass it to WebSocket. That's what I'll do. And then it's in an option, right? So I should probably take it out of the option. No, wait a minute. It will be... Yeah, I have to take it out after I get it. No, it won't need to be an option anymore. It'll just be a future, right? And why am I even storing it? I'm having trouble thinking right now. Whoa, that's a long string. Oh, you actually have the code in the URL there? I didn't know you could do that. So if the program is small enough, it will just put the code in the URL? That's crazy. So you actually did it. You took that as a literal challenge. I commend you, viewer. But then I have to actually have a file name, don't I? And that's a valid string, right? How do we make it into an invalid UTF-8 sequence, though? Like, can I do something like this where I put an invalid sequence here? Like, what does that do? Oh, there we go. No. It's not even going to let me do that. It won't even compile that. How do we force that to be a string? I don't know. I have no idea how you get a path to even have an invalid character in the first place. Maybe reading it from the file system? I don't know. You guys are better than this at me. But that would be the goal, is to see what that does. Also, we'd want the other version, right? To see what's the difference between these two. Right? Given an illegal character. Oh, you got it? It's like a challenge for my viewers. Can you come up with the example? Aha! And then let's augment it to actually print out the other way too. Because I'm curious to see, is there any difference? Run that sucker. Did I screw up? I did. I did screw up. Oh, there you go. So when you use the debug trait, it actually shows you any how do you say that? We're not going to use workrave anymore today. Okay, yeah. So like kind of like in Python when you do an REPR instead of a STR or whatever the version of that is, it actually puts some quotes around it and then puts whatever the bytes are in the middle, so you can see that it's invalid, and then display will put the unprintable characters there. So thank you, Ty. Challenge completed. 5 points. Hex encode a string, yeah. So that's what you did, right? You went through the foreign function interface to make a string from bytes, and you just put an invalid character in there, or two invalid characters. That's invalid for being out of scope of the yeah. I think it's this. If the first byte's the second byte has to be like. Oh, actually, is that one of those surrogate pairs that's invalid? I can't remember. You just did double your points. Yes, yes, you did. So it is safe to debug. Yeah. It doesn't. It does what I thought it did, but not at first. It took me like three guesses of reasoning. We knew the display would probably do that. That one, it was either going to do that or panic, but I guess it doesn't. You don't ever want a debug trait to panic, so this is more reasonable, right? You don't want to alter the string. You want to give the most visibility into it, but you don't want to panic. So that's as close as we can do, is say, hey, it's a string with some invalid characters in it. Good work. All right. We dedicate a stream or section of it to some sort of Rust quiz. Depends. Are we Rust quizzing me or the audience? Or are we competing? Or is it a collaborative effort? I might do something like what Adam's doing with Leet Code, and maybe do some quizzes with Rust. That might be fun. Because I could use the practice. Also, when Advent of Code comes back, I'll probably do that in Rust. I had a lot of fun doing Advent of Code. AOC. I haven't updated that command. I actually got it to day 21, and then I kind of stopped because it got hectic around the holidays. But I wouldn't mind doing that in Rust. Okay, am I going to be able to figure this out? Can I answer that? I don't know, is it quick? Is it easy or is it hard? What is the output of this Rust program? I didn't know you could do an OR there. This is a trick question, isn't it? Oh, wait. That's the expression, that's the arm. Okay, so check. No. that's the arm. No, hold on. No, that has to be the arm because that's the divider between the pattern and the arm. So here's the pattern. This is a trick question. I have to understand how the Rust would parse this. I didn't know you could have a trailing if like that. Oh, wait. I remember in the book. This is what do you call it? Like a conditional match, a conditional pattern. Match guard. Yeah, it's part of the match guard. Don't give me hints. I'll try to figure it out. Okay, check is false. So it's going to it doesn't matter what X is. Right? Oh, but it will still run it, right? I'm gonna say it's gonna print out 2, 3. No, hold on. It's gonna print out 2 and then decide false, and then yeah, it should match a 1 ignore and print 3. It's gonna print 2, 3, right? That's my guess. Do I have wait a minute, only one line? Incorrect. Okay, so it's only printing out one thing then? I'm gonna guess it doesn't compile then. Nope. It can't be undefined, can it? So it does print out something. Is it gonna just reason that that's always false and so it should just print out 3? No? Also, where's the comma here? Do you not need a comma for every arm? I don't know. I guess I fail. Oh, it's print, not print line? I didn't know that. I don't know about print. So my first guess was 23, right? And that's incorrect. It can't be 24, can it? No. Now I'm just guessing. It can't be 3. Would it be 4? If that if goes with both of these, then it'll do 1, 2, 3. And then, no, 1, 2, 4, right? Because it'll do 2 tests and then neither one, so it'll print 4. Yeah. Okay, I think it took me a while to reason it out. So before I read the correct answer, let's see if I get it right. The trick is, the test here is that do you understand how to parse that? And I didn't. So I had to sort of trial and error figure it out. The way it works is it's 2 different patterns, and then there's a condition. So first it does the left-hand side, which is 1, 2. So it does if check 1, so it prints 1, false. So then it's false, so it goes down the other path. So if check 2, so it prints out 2. That's also false. Since both of them are false, it doesn't pick that arm, and so it defaults to 4. Let's see if I got it right. So first, whether an if guard and a match contains applies to all alternatives, or just to one is adjacent to. What?
First, whether an if guard on a match arm containing pipe applies to all alternatives in the match arm or just to the one it is adjacent to. That's not a correct English sentence. In the quiz code, does check execute at all for that, or does it only cover that? We would expect one would get printed if and only if the former is the case. In fact, one does get printed. Match arm gets to have at most one if guard, and that applies to all of the separate ones in the all of the alternatives. This question also covers a kind of backtracking behavior. After it checks it, it fails, it moves on, it executes it a second time. It doesn't explain that it goes to the default when they're both false, does it? Yeah, it kind of shouldn't have another paragraph saying because both alternatives ended up being false, it then it continued on to evaluate the next arm. Well, how many stars would you give me? Probably 2 out of 4, right? Because I didn't get it right away and I had to reason it out. And I kind of relied on the fact that I could run it more than once. What's the next question? What's the output of this Rust program? I don't know macro rules. Skip that one. What's the output of this Rust program? S is a structure. Wait. That's a structure. I didn't know you could do that. What is self then? I don't think it's going to compile. It compiles? Is the number 32 question... Okay, I don't know what question we were on. I'm on 23 now. I didn't know you could do that. Okay, I didn't know you could do that. Is it because of that so self is empty, so you can just do it on the struct itself? You don't have to have a variable. Okay, if I assume that that's the case, then it's just a question of does it call the concrete ones or through the trait? I'm gonna guess it calls the concrete ones. And it doesn't matter if it's mutable or not. I'm just gonna say it prints out 1, 1. No. Okay, I guess I'm a failure. Exotic sizes for more info on zero size types. Is the trait thing obscuring one of these then? Because the only difference then is this one's mute self. So it'd be like 2, 1? No. I don't know what I'm doing. Is it 2, 2? No? Okay, now I'm really confused. Shouldn't it do it one or the other? 2, 2, 1, 1, or 1, 2? Okay, now I'm cheating. Why is it 1, 2? Calls the inherent method F. Yeah, I didn't know that. I don't know. Inherent method and a trait method have the same name. It always prefers the... See, like, this is just a pedantic thing. Why would you ever have methods that have the same name? Isn't that something you'd want to avoid? Yeah, wouldn't you always write that to disambiguate? Okay, I'm not a macro. Macro author requires like next level Rust stuff. Like I can't do that. Let's just move on. I don't like this one. What's the output of this program? P of A. What does that do? Oh man. This is like wanting me to know obscure things about the size of things. It's asking me what's the size of a reference. Isn't that 0? Hold on, let me think about this. The type of A is reference to a structure. So 0. And then when we clone the reference, it's still 0. A reference to nothing. Isn't it all zeros? Except for this one. That's going to be a 1, right? RC clone a reference to nothing. You still need size for the reference. 1. 1. Nope. Okay, so what? These have sizes because... Okay, I'm gonna assume that these have sizes and the other ones don't. Nope, I'm wrong there again. Okay, I give up. Sorry. This stuff is just too obscure. Do I seriously need to know that stuff to be good at Rust? If so, then this might be the last day I do Rust. Because that's just too way obscure. I'm sorry. Okay, let me try to finish my work today. I need to know that stuff, Nui? You think so? It just seems like... It's like trivia. You need to know it to be cool. You mean like to win in a trivia contest about Rust, right? I don't even know that stuff for C++. Of course you need to know it. Yeah, I didn't like that quiz. The first 2 cases and the last one is good gotcha to know. Yeah, but I don't like the format of that quiz. The format is, okay, the image I get in my head is the Kung Fu master and the Kung Fu pupil, and everything the pupil does, the master just trips him. And then the pupil gets frustrated about being tripped over and over again. And then the master says, well, but don't worry, when you stop, when I can no longer trip you, then you pass my test. That kind of quiz where I just get humiliated and tripped up in order to learn, I don't like that format. When it just says incorrect, it's like, okay, well then what? I either have to know it or I don't. And if I don't know it, how is this going to teach me? Rustation citizenship test. So I guess I'm not going to be a Rustation. I'll just be a borrowed visitor. Been a good 6 hours. Has it been that long? Oh, it has. Okay, have a good weekend, Ereld. I don't know if I'm going to finish this right now. This obviously is wrong. If we don't do anything, I have an error because of something else. Because other stuff is wrong. I don't know what that needs to be. Okay. I think I need to take a break. I can't do this right now. I'm going to have to take a break. Yeah, but I shouldn't have to click hint. I don't know. Maybe I'm just not ready for that level and I deserve to be tripped by taking that quiz. I'm going to have to go. Because if I keep going, I'm just going to get frustrated. Let me pick someone else to raid. Someone who's maybe got more brain power than I do right now. Let's see, who's streaming right now? Okay, I have some choices. I like choices. Would you guys like to see a professional do Rust? Not someone learning like me? Or would you like to see someone using Rust with WebAssembly, who we mentioned earlier? I feel like rating the latter, actually, so that's what I'm going to do. Undo, copy. So we're going to raid CM Griffing. He's doing Rust with U, it's Y-E-W, which lets you put Rust in WebAssembly on the web. I think we rated CM Griffing too many times. That's okay. I like CM Griffing. But I'm willing to consider alternatives. Who would you suggest? Serrate solding, RGBA blending with SSE in C. Simuleos, problem with research software engineering. The problem with research software engineering. I wonder what he's talking about. Oh, we read Simuleos. Find out what this is about. He's been going for 2 hours. So Simuleos is an expert at algorithms, and he curates algorithms in an algorithm kind of library thing. And a really smart guy, really friendly. I hope you guys enjoy his stream. I'm not sure what he's streaming today. Depending on the day, he's either coding or he's talking about algorithms or demonstrating them or just chatting. So I'm still watching an ad. An algorithms connoisseur. Exactly. So let me just set up the raid while I'm watching the ad. Simuleos. There we go. Starting that raid. I'm not sure. I think it looks like we're just talking about software engineering and research today. But anyway, hope you guys enjoy that. Hope you have an awesome weekend. Probably I'll be working on this stuff over the weekend, and on Monday I'll let you know how it goes. Or maybe I'll just wait for this to sit for a while and fix it on Monday. We'll see. Anyway, hope you guys have an awesome weekend. Please enjoy Simuleos' stream, and see you Monday. Bye.